is August the 27th, 2020. Good evening, everybody. My name is Van White. I'm blessed and honored to be a part of the Board of Education, the Rochester School District. We're a 7-member body. A lot of people don't know this, but by law, the superintendent is also a member of the Board of Education. This instance, Dr. Leslie vote, but she is an active participant of the board in addition to being the superintendent. We also have Dr. Shelley Jallo, who is the independent monitor, who under New York state law is a member of the board, a non-voting member as well. So on behalf of them, including Dr. Sean Nelms, who is our superintendent of East High School and the University of Rochester that he represents, a good evening. We hope everybody is safe and well. And I suggest that we get right to the business of what we're here to do. And how we begin our business is we often, particularly at our business meetings,
Did Van freeze or did I freeze?
Van froze.
I believe he froze.
Okay.
So are we having someone to come in to speak? Do I need to leave this until Van is not froze? Doesn't look like he's froze now.
Okay.
President White, your video froze, so if you'd like to start the pledge.
Oh, okay, thanks a lot. Sorry about that. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Vice President Elliott, I was going ahead thinking everybody was hearing me, but you know, with technology, sometimes these things happen. So, and folks should know, because Vice President, I think I caught the tail end of what she's saying, what happens if, you know, the president's technology cuts out. We have bylaws, and our bylaws say that just like in the United States, in Washington, D.C., if the president can't serve, the vice president does. So Vice President Elliott would have stepped in there and run the meeting. We also try to spend some time at the beginning of our meetings to offer a moment of silence, of reverence to folks or circumstances. And we all have them. Matter of fact, I just left, bless you, I just left a virtual balloon releasing ceremony involving my cousin who lives in Atlanta, Georgia's blessing that all of our family members were on Zoom. But the occasion that brought us together is an occasion that far too many people are experiencing. So particularly in light of COVID. So I would ask that on behalf of the board that people spend just a few moments to contemplate the prayers and support and love that people are desperately in need of, so that their prayers, our thoughts might answer them in some blessing and beneficial way. Thank you. And I'm sure I'm joined by my colleagues in trying to articulate the frustration of many people in this country, Black, white, rich, and poor, of the people of color of this nation who continue to be frustrated and angry, justly angry at what is happening to some people in our streets. It would be negligent and significantly a lapse on my part if I did not mention that I hope and pray that part of the silence that we just shared with those folks listening is some way given to those that suffer from the as a result of excessive use of force, police brutality, particularly of men of color. It just seems to be that this is just as viral as COVID. And we need to do more than pray about it, folks. We need to do more than march about it. And my hope and prayer is that the time that we spent in reverence is multiplied by 1 million, because that's what it's going to take for us to address that problem as well. So again, on behalf of the board, I feel very confident that my colleagues join me in this statement, that we as Americans, Black and white, rich and poor, powerful and powerless, have to do something. This has got to stop. All right. Next item on our agenda is the reading of minutes, the acceptance of minutes. I'm going to just read the minutes and then I'm going to ask somebody to make a motion to approve those minutes. There are the minutes of July the 23rd, 2020, July the 23rd, 2020, the public hearing for Citizens and Science Academy of Rochester, the Innova Girls Academy, and the Rochester Excellence Academy Charter School. But there was a hearing that we had and there were some minutes about that. There's also some minutes from a meeting from July, a special meeting from July the 28th, 2000. There were some special meeting minutes from July the 30th, 2020. Can I get a motion to approve those minutes?
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. And I think I heard Commissioner Malloy as a second to that. All those in favor of those motions say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposition? It seems, Madam Clerk, the ayes have it.
Aye for me.
Are there any nays? So those minutes have been approved. The next item on our agenda is speakers list. I understand we have some speakers. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
That is correct, President White. Good evening, everyone. Our first speaker this evening is Clara Washington. Clara, if you could please come on video.
Hello.
Welcome this evening. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. To the superintendents and to the board and everyone else who's on right now. My daughter, Jayla Morrison, she attends 28 school she attended 28 school in person in the ASD program. She is partially nonverbal and is having a hard time with the 30-minute sessions online. It starts with me following her around the house with the iPad, trying to get her to even look at the iPad. I have to basically corner her in the house so she doesn't escape. When the session starts, I'm constantly engaging her and giving her the answers to majority of what is requested to her via Zoom. Online is not working for Jayla. It's actually hurting her. She needs in-person instruction and interaction. I feel that the Rochester City School District is in violation of Jayla's IEP. The decision was that was made for my daughter to do 100% online learning is basically going against what is on her IEP, which is what I just said. And when Jayla was in class in person, she was fully toilet trained, but she regressed due to the lack of school routine and now has many accidents. The superintendent stated 60% of the parents stated that they were okay with doing online learning, but why wasn't the 40% accommodated with in-person learning? I don't think you guys even consider the 40% that need the in-person learning. There would have been plenty of space in social distancing with 60% not in class. Teachers should have been considered essential workers, especially the special education teachers. These teachers saw that my daughter was going what she was going through via Zoom. The question that I have is, how are you going to help my daughter if she can't do online? I am not a special education teacher, and I am doing my best to try to help her. I initially spoke to Keisha Morgan and told her what my daughter was going through, but nothing was done about this. Online is not the answer for my daughter. What can you as a board do about this? I need some help from my daughter. Can someone please respond to me offline as soon as possible? Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Washington. Someone will be in contact with you. Have a good evening. Our next speaker is LaDonna Fleming, also a parent. Ms. Fleming, if you could please turn your video and audio on.
Hello, how are
Good
you?
evening, Ms. Fleming. You have 2 minutes and we seem to be having a rough connection, so I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you so much. My name is Linda Fleming, and I am the parent of Liam Fleming, who attends School 28. He is nonverbal autistic, he has OCD, and he also has ADHD. I, like Clara, have pretty much the same concerns about distant learning. He needs constant adult support. He needs someone next to him at all times, pretty much. He received that type of support when he was in class. He was in a 614 structured class, which was practically a one-to-one of student to child or student to adult ratio while he was in class because of his constant need for support. He certainly is not going to work independently, and I'm a working parent, so I am left trying to understand how I am going to support him. And I'm wondering if they're willing to send an aide to the home or something to that effect to support Liam, because he is not going to benefit at all from remote virtual learning without an adult sitting next to him. And even then, the absorption is going to be minimal because he needs constant redirection. He needs constant verbal and physical cues in order to get through it. And I found a lot of difficulty with the Zoom learning over the summer because he just doesn't respond to those visual prompts like a child without his condition would. And those are my primary concerns.
Thank you, Ms. Fleming, for your comments this evening. Our next speaker is Sheila Egan, a staff member. Welcome, Sheila. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. My name is Sheila Egan, and I'm an ENL teacher at Helen Barrett Montgomery School number 50. And I'm here today with concerns about the way that we are allocating ENL services. This isn't a new topic for me. I wrote a letter to all of you back in April, and I even received feedback from some of you. Since then, things have changed. At School 50, we already had very large caseloads, and we've received about 70 new Ls. We have the same number of ENL teachers that we had last year, 6, and 1 TOA who's going to help support. I understand schools closed and students had to go to other buildings, but I'm confused how such a massive influx of additional students results in no additional supports for them. I'm not sure why this district provides inequitable service to our Ls. In April, I wrote about the ratio of ENL teachers to students for each building. I don't know what it currently is. It's very hard as a teacher to find that information. But in 2017, a group of ENL teachers were trying to find ways to make things equitable for all of our Ls district-wide. At that time, some examples of student to teacher ratios we found were 13 students to 1 teacher, 10 to 1, 6 to 1, and 32 to 1. To be clear, this isn't about me. I don't care about my caseload. You can give me 100 kids and I will love them all. I care about this for my kids because they're being asked to learn in crowded groups and with limited time with their teachers. And it's not acceptable. We have to do a better job of allocating services equitably for our students. Every single one of us here knows that we would want our children to be in schools with the lowest student to teacher ratios possible. Part of my job as an ENL teacher is to advocate for students and families. And that's what I'm here to do again tonight. Again, 4 months ago, I heard back from people who were shocked by these numbers and who thanked me for my advocacy. My letter must have been forwarded to people because I received feedback from people who were not included in my initial submission. And I'm fine with that because I need as many people as possible to know about this systemic problem, because hopefully the more people that know, the better chance that someone will take some action to fix it. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you very much, Ms. Egan. Our next speaker is Corey Lynn Reimer. Hi, Corey Lynn, welcome. You have 2 minutes.
I come to you tonight as a candle in a dark room and to call upon the board and this administration to take up the light that I am carrying. The ripple effect of the governor's cuts to state aid will have devastating consequences for the children and the people of the greater Rochester community. The effects won't stop at the city limits. If you are watching this meeting as someone who lives in the suburbs and are thinking to yourself, this is a city matter, you are dead wrong. If you are watching as someone who lives in the city and are thinking we are the only ones who will feel the brunt of this, you are also dead wrong. These cuts will affect your neighbors, the places you frequent in the city, and the future of 30,000 children. I would like to challenge the board and our administration to get out front and start calling on our city, county, state, and federal representatives to get moving to support our students. Yet again, the children of the city of Rochester will be shorted because of the district's reliance on state aid to a much greater percentage than our more affluent suburban counterparts. I was disheartened to watch the August 18th meeting and not once during it hear a call to action. Not once was any person on our board or our administration charged with speaking out against these cuts. Not once did any person take up the torch to put our government representatives on call. I urge you at this time to be the candle in a dark room. I urge you to use your positions to be a bullhorn for our children. I recognize the duty and tireless work of our finance department as they continue to try to balance our budget when it seems like every week the goalposts are moved down the field. I commend the superintendent for caring about expenses and being fiscally responsible. I appreciate the board members for remembering at all times that they serve the children and the people of this community. But tonight I ask you to please put into motion a plan to start speaking up and speaking out transparently to our elected officials about the dire situation that this school district is in. I say that to you not just as an art teacher who watched 20% of our visual arts department staff get cut this spring. I say that to you not only as who saw the devastation of mid-year cuts to our vibrant staff and the effect it had upon our student body. I say that to you not only as a resident of this fair city. I say it to you as a person working every day to be the candle in a dark room. Please be that candle.
Thank you very much, Corey Lynn. President White, that concludes our speakers portion for this evening.
Muted.
Thank you. Thank you, Ricardo. I think it was my phone, my laptop. Could you just remind folks what they need to do if they want to provide a written submission? Because actually we had several today, right?
That is correct. We had 10 people submit written submissions. So anyone who's interested in speaking to the Board of Education can do so by emailing boardofeducation@rcsdk12.org. You can sign up to speak, and the deadline for that is noon on the day of the meetings, and you can send in written comments, which will be posted on our website.
Thank you. All right. Next item on our agenda is advisory council reports. Well, because it's the summer, many of these groups are not meeting regularly. That they would include our Student Leadership Congress, our Parent Advisory Council, and our Bilingual Education Council. I'm sure when the school year resumes, we will hear from those groups and receive appropriate input as a Board of Education from those groups. Next item on our agenda is board reports. You know, it's listed there as President's Report, but I am in pretty regular contact with you all. There's nothing that I could put in a report that I haven't shared with you all in a phone call or at one of our several meetings. I am going to share something in new business a little bit later on, but so I don't have any report. I do serve as chair of policy committee. There is a written report that you all have. I'm just going to take some highlights. If you have any questions, you can speak to me or Kaya, who I think supports that committee, or Carl, of course. That report dated August 27, 2020, indicates that on August the 4th, 2020, the superintendent gave us an update on the code of conduct policy. She also provided some update with respect to the fact that she had is probably likely going to accept many of the revisions of the School Climate Advisory Committee. Also, it is noted in that report in September, the policy committee meetings will feature discussions between the board and the district administration aimed at determining which recommendations will be finally accepted by the board. Also, in our August meeting, there was a discussion about updates or need for updates to the student attendance policy, given the concerns as we move towards a virtual learning environment as a result of COVID-19. And finally, you'll see a little bit later on in today's agenda, there are a number of resolutions that are at the point in their sort of maturity in terms of our policies, where we are going to vote on the adoption of these particular changes to our policy committee. Our policy, they include policy number 2160, which is the Code of Ethics. Another change to the Code of Ethics on Appendix A, and then of course the bylaws is subject to a board vote tonight. You will find those particular changes that we're going to vote in resolutions 218 to 224, and we'll vote on those. We'll talk about those in a little bit. So that is the Policy Committee report. The next item on the agenda is the Finance and Resource Allocation Committee report. Chairperson LeBron.
Yep, the Finance Committee convened on Tuesday, August 18th as Committee of the Whole via Zoom video conferencing. The Finance Committee recommends the approval of the district's unaudited July 2020 financial report and the April through June 2020 change order report. Can I get a motion for those now?
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Can I get a second?
Seconded.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays?
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Vice President Elliott.
Commissioner LeBron,
Yes.
I need all commissioners on screen when they vote.
Okay, do you want me to do the vote over? Who wasn't on screen?
I need to see Commissioner Powell and Commissioner Shepherd.
Okay, so we're just gonna vote.
Okay, go ahead.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you. All right, the Finance Committee discussed meeting focused on a variety of topics and several discussions were entertained. The most important presentation of the evening was shared by Superintendent Myers-Small and our new CFO, Carlene Pierce, on the current budget and financial status of the district. The presentation provided a brief analysis of RSCSD's budget gap by detailing areas of concern and the estimated impact of each. Major items included a 20% state aid reduction and the impact of loss of funding for transportation aid, food service, and the quality urban school bond. Other items of concern raised include the fiscal impact of funding concerns related to both these services, the city's MOE and revenue anticipation note, and staffing, to name a few. In response, the CFO Pierce advised the committee about several action steps that the district will take immediately to address the concerns named. These action steps feature stopgap changes like a 20% budget reduction to departments and schools and staffing changes, implementation of internal controls like the cost analysis of contractual agreements and collective bargaining unit agreements, as well as conducting a review of fiscal practices and commitments and creating new opportunities for greater fiscal oversight. The Finance Committee will continue to receive updates on the district's financial status as a standing agenda item in the upcoming meetings month to month. So you guys will see those. The committee also discussed the review of policy 6745, which is the authorization of contracts policy, and the actions that the board would take to provide further scrutiny of contract agreements within the district. Finally, the committee was appraised of the preview Finance Committee's financial meetings and about the upcoming Finance PD. The next Finance meeting will feature a presentation on the Finance PD schedule, and we will also begin discussing budget priority developments as early as September 15th, which is the next Finance Committee, and that concludes my report.
Okay, next item on the agenda is Commissioner Malloy. You have a Governance Committee report.
Yes, thank you. The Governance Committee met as a committee of the whole on Tuesday, August 11th, 2020. Our topics discussed during that meeting included our board committee structure and an amendment to the board bylaws to include the reestablishment or addition of the Committee on Excellence in Student Achievement, or the ESSA committee. And we also decided to add the Governance Committee to a monthly meeting schedule rather than the bi-monthly schedule that it currently follows, as recommended by our state monitor, Dr. Shelley Jallow. Secondly, we were provided an update on the DE report by Dr. Small. And then we had a discussion on the board retreat, which focused on goal setting for both the board and superintendent that took place this past Tuesday and was facilitated by Sherry Johnson from the Monroe County School Board Association. Further discussion on the goals will take place at our next Governance Committee meeting, which is scheduled for Tuesday, September 1st at 5:30 p.m. And that concludes the governance report.
All right, moving along here. Next item on the agenda, unless there are any questions for Commissioner LeBron or Commissioner Malloy, assuming, let me make sure I got my participant list up. All right, assuming that there are no questions, and I don't see any, we'll next ask our Superintendent Myers Small to give us her superintendent report. Leslie?
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, President White, Vice President Elliott, all of our commissioners, Dr. Nelms, Superintendent of EPO, our staff who are on the Zoom with us this evening, as well as those watching. I am pleased to give a few August updates, which include remote learning, parent and staff forums, the academic continuity plan update, financial update, talk a little bit about pre-K, and also student recognition, and then I'll end with the strategic plan. So to begin with the remote learning updates, again, we know that Governor Cuomo did announce that the levels of COVID-19 were low enough for New York State for schools to open. But after careful consideration, the Rochester City School District chose a 100% fully remote learning model instead of the hybrid model that was previously proposed. And just a note that 4 of the 5 big 5 school districts are now fully remote across New York, with New York City model. We also know that per Governor Cuomo, we were directed as a Big 5 district to hold 5 parent meetings with parents and 1 staff reopening plan meeting, all before August 21st. So let's talk just a little bit about the parent and staff forums. I want to thank all of the parents and staff who participated in our online forum. We know that we did have a bumpy start, but I am pleased to report that Zoom has been quite responsive, and we are working back and forth with them to remedy the problem. So I should have an update hopefully by September relative to what some of those things are specifically. So moving forward, we made a mid-course correction and shifted our platform slightly. And questions were submitted in both in advance as well as in real time. We had more than 3,200 views on YouTube for our parent forum since August 18th. And remember, there were 5 in total. And then more than 3,700 views on the staff forum since August 19th, when we had just that 1 forum. I am also pleased to share that we have more than 800 new subscribers to our Rochester City School District YouTube since August 18th. So we are continuing to reach out and have others connect with us through this medium. I'm also pleased to report that the last parent forum that was held last week on Friday was also streamed live in Spanish. So I just want to take a moment to say thank you to our communications team for being able to do that. Still continuing to talk about reopening, but shifting to the academic continuity of instruction plan. This will be completed by tomorrow and will be uploaded. We'll send that out to staff certainly, and we'll promote on social media, but it provides guidance to a variety of stakeholders that talk about specifically the first 10 weeks of being in a fully remote learning environment. To put this plan together, there were 9 subgroups. They were cross-functional and across the entire district. We are very grateful for their participation, and it clarified the role of students, teachers, and families being in a fully remote environment. And again, it will be released at the end of this week. And just the core principles that guided the development of the plan, you can see our health and safety, certainly high quality learning, equity, stakeholder engagement, and fluidity combined with continuous improvement. I am pleased to share that we've had many other partners who have knowing that we are fully remote and who are offering to support the asynchronous instruction of our students on all days of the week. So I'm very pleased that we continue to fortify that. As Commissioner LeBron mentioned, we did on August 18th conduct a presentation to through the Finance Committee. And for transparency, our CFO, Carlene Pierce, will be sending regular updates to staff as well as I. And really, these updates are to help. If you would move to the next slide, please. I'm sorry. Next slide. The updates will help our staff and all stakeholders better understand the financial processes and decisions and how they impact school and/or departments. We really are currently on a course for a negative cash flow if we do not act now, and we'll continue to develop an action plan for next steps. And I just need to add, given what the speaker just said tonight, that we are actively reaching out and advocating. Just today alone, I was on the phone with 2 different politicians at the local and the state level. So we are having conversations. So while that particular plan may have not been articulated as of yet, we've been working behind the scenes. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. Moving on to pre-K enrollment, I know that this has been an issue and I wanted to provide an update. Enrollment is down by approximately 1,100 students. And I just want to pause here. I was on a conference or on a Zoom call today with superintendent colleagues from across the country, as the Rochester City School District is a member of the Council of Great City Schools, and enrollment is just not relegated to the Rochester City School District. It's down across the country for not only pre-K, but kindergarten and first and second grade. So that, again, I just want to note that that's not just something that Rochester City School District. We heard from the West Coast, down south, all around the country. So this is something, a phenomenon that many school districts, large school districts in particular, are experiencing. The New York State Education Department did notify districts who have pre-K of a 20% cut in state funding. And so as a result of both low enrollment and the 20% cut, RECEC South will not be used as a pre-K center this year. And I know that we have a nationally recognized pre-K program, and this is very sad that we're not able to do this. We know that I want to share that other classrooms across the district will also lose some of their pre-K classes, and so students will be moved into other classes within their building or into other pre-K classes. And we have our pre-K staff will be reaching out to families to discuss the options that are available. Before I move to the strategic plan, I just want to discuss and note a student recognition. Tatiana is not a stranger, I know, certainly to the board and to those who regularly watch our Board of Education meetings or who have come in person. She was named a 2020 Young Citizen of the Year by Monroe County Executive Adam Bello. So if we can just give her a round of applause, this is a very significant recognition. She was honored at a virtual meeting earlier this month, and her certificate of achievement was mailed home. Tatiana is going into her senior year at World of Inquiry, so we know that she will continue to do great things. And just right before I talk about the strategic plan today, I did have the pleasure of hand signing all of the diplomas for our students who will be graduating in August. And I think sometimes forget that beyond, we do have students who graduate or complete their requirements and graduate beyond June. We have students who complete their requirements in August and then again in January. So I just feel it's really important that our students put all that hard work in to hand sign those. So it was nice to see the names and the schools that our scholars attend. So I just wanted to give a shout out to the class, the August 2020 class who have finished their requirements. So I'm very proud of that accomplishment. So congratulations and thank you to the principals, to the teachers, to the support staff, to the families and the community that help ensure that they were able to achieve their high school diploma. So congratulations again to the August 2020 class of 2020. So shifting to the strategic plan, want to just talk a little bit about the process and how we arrived at our draft plan that we are presenting to the board. This process all started, and I want to recognize the hard work that has gone into creating previous strategic plans in the Rochester City School District. And just given where we are with our data, with our graduation rate and other academic targets, we wanted to, and under the leadership of me as the new superintendent, we embarked on a new journey. So to start the process, I outlined and looked at what were the 8 areas of focus for me as superintendent in the Rochester City School District. And you can see that they are noted. Some of them might be very obvious while others might not be. But certainly academics are the focus of a school district and absolutely should be. We have areas that need to have moderate to significant improvement. And that ranges everything from our 3 through 8 performance on state assessments, so ELA or English language arts, science, mathematics, and social studies, etc. So we also want to make sure that we increase the number of students when they get to high school, earning 5 or more credits as a first-time 9th grader. We need to certainly improve our graduation rates. I know that that's something that certainly President White, as well as the other commissioners, are very interested in making sure that that continues to climb. We've talked about budget and finances, and we know that we have some difficult decisions to make, but we are working to address this particular area. The third area of focus is branding, and we know that sometimes our district has a negative connotation, or people are maybe frustrated with us, but again, there are some amazing and incredible things that are happening. We have amazing students and staff in our school district community. And so we need to do a better job both communicating and articulating the great things that are going on both with our internal stakeholders as well as the outside community to Rochester. So working on branding and communicating about the great things that are going on. We've talked a lot about COVID-19 planning. That's certainly not my focus solely, but other superintendents in Monroe County, across the state and the country. We know that trauma-informed practices are critically important for the support of our scholars, and that I call it's kind of a triple situation where our students have some challenged situations that go on in their personal lives. So they experience trauma that way. Then there's the trauma of COVID-19 that they experienced over the past several months, and we're continuing in a remote environment at this time. We recognize that that causes stress and trauma on students. And then we also, as President White mentioned, just having another situation happen that has played out on the national stage of a violent situation where another Black African-American male was shot by the police. So that impacts our students very, very much so. So we need to continue to fortify those trauma-informed practices, and we continue to move forward in that regard. I know the board has also been very vocal and concerned about racism and bias, and making sure that we acknowledge the wonderful diversity that exists in the Rochester City School District. So continuing to fortify that and make sure that we have training and programs, policies, and regulations in place that address this specific area. Under the leadership of Chief Keisha Morgan, We continue to work on special education, and I listened to the concerns of our two parents tonight. And I already have text messages that the principals have been notified and that there will be a reach out very shortly to those two parents. So we continue to work on making sure that the continuum is available for students and that their needs are met. And then also our multilingual learners, and we heard from our ENL teacher. So we have a lot that we need to focus on. But again, I've said that challenges are the flip side of opportunity. And the strategic plan gives us an opportunity to certainly address those issues in a very purposeful and targeted and meaningful way. So I present to the Board of Education, and this is not the first time that the board is seeing this. We talked about some of the strategic plan in our retreat the other night, and this document was sent home for their review. But the board was very diligent in working last year on a mission and vision. And I submit to the board's consideration tonight just a slight modification where we flipped the mission and the vision. We tightened up the language a little bit more, and then we shifted some of the other components into the core beliefs. And let me just pause, because the board knows this, but our community might not know that since June, and we just completed the process a week and a half ago, we had many stakeholders come together and to create this document. So this is not something that either myself nor just the cabinet participated in. We had parents and teachers, support staff, other community members, administrators, students, two students who are actively involved in the creation of this. And I will tell you that it was a very synergistic, vibrant, cohesive, and collaborative process. So this is not my work. This is the collective finished product of many, many voices. So you see the mission is listed: to foster students' individual talents and abilities in a nurturing environment of equity. So that's who we are and what we stand for as a district. And then our vision is aspirational. So we work to ensure that all students have equitable access to a high quality education and graduate each student as a productive member of society. Then you can see the core beliefs. The one that I think is most important and really should guide every single thing that we do in the Rochester City School District, and that's that first one, that students are our first priority and will drive each decision that we make. And so those are the core beliefs, and you can see them listed, talking about making sure that we understand and tap into untapped potential. We embrace diversity, but we also commit to the eradication of racism. Talks about, you see words of respect and honor and dignity, the whole child, trust, education, and being in partnership with families, and then making fiscally sound decisions. So that's the first page of the strategic plan. It then moves into the priorities, and this is a 3-year strategic plan. So you can see that on the left, engage, lift up, collaborate, and lead. And then to the right, you see the headings and then the sub strategies for each of those headings that we will help us to get to those areas of focus, but also will address the performance targets that I'll talk about in just a minute. So you can see that we want to make sure that we have uniform and clear and transparent procedures for curriculum development and implementation. Under an inclusive, caring, and safe environment, that we want to make sure that trauma-informed practices are delivered through a culturally responsive lens. In building strong community, and I know that this is important particularly to Commissioner Adams, as far as really making sure that we are engaging parents and families in the process and that they have voice. And then under fostering dynamic leadership, we talk about effective use, a management of school and district resources, the development of leaders. And you can see that branding that comes in and highlighting and communicating. and that we really want to make sure that we have teams at different areas throughout the organization that really drive the implementation, and we have action on these strategic priorities. So let's take a look at the performance targets. We know that there's 16 of them. 14 of them are finalized, and we have 2 others that we're just about ready to finalize. And these are a lot of areas to look at, but we figure that if we can hit these targets and move the needle in the positive direction in these areas, it will have a significant impact on the performance of our students. And you'll see some are academic, and then others are tangentially related to academics. So on this first page, we talk about graduation and dropping out, and you can see how different subgroups in the Rochester City School District are currently performing and how they have been performing since 2015. So we took a 5-year look back where we currently are. And so this is percentage what those numbers are. So you can see that we are looking to improve the graduation rate, the dropout rate. I do want to just take just a moment so people understand what CCCR is. That's college, career, and civic readiness. So it's things like taking an advanced placement class, or at Wilson, taking an international baccalaureate class, or participating in the seal of biliteracy like our students at Monroe do, or receiving a CTE or career and technical education endorsement. So we want to increase the number of students who are receiving these advanced experiences and opportunities, because we know that it only makes them further prepared for whether they go off to a 2 or 4-year college or university, or if they're going into the world of work or into the military. But this helps them to give the foundation that certainly, should they want to immediately go to college after they graduate, that they are prepared to do so. You heard me mention the percentage of students in grade 9 for the first time who are on track to graduate, and we're measuring that by earning 5 or more credits by year end. On the next slide, you'll see that we look at proficiency in 3 through 8 testing specific to ELA and mathematics, as well as the mean growth percentile in ELA and math. And this is the area, frankly, that is incredibly low for our district. I know that people have certain feelings about the assessments. One of the measures that the Rochester City School District, along with the other 700 school districts across the state, are measured. So you can see where we are. And here's the thing. I completely recognize when you see, for example, where we are with 3 through 8 for both ELA and math, but doubling it, you might think, okay, proficiency at 25%, that's pretty low. And we had a long conversation about this. But one of the things that many of the stakeholders said during the process is that we want to make sure that we have high expectations for all of our scholars, but we certainly also want to make sure that we can get to areas that are a little bit of a stretch for us, but that aren't just, that don't create institutional frustration. So I certainly can entertain those questions, and I have other cabinet members tonight here who can help answer that. Then on the next page, this is where we get to achievement related data, but certainly does impact and impact achievement. And so we look at absenteeism, and you can see the breakout there for grades 1 through 8 and then 9 through 12. And the reason why we don't have kindergarten on there is because we're not measured by it. By the state. It doesn't mean that we're not going to be paying attention to it if that's a question, but we need to make sure that we are, for state purposes, measuring 1 through 8, grades 1st through 8, and then 9 through 12. And then we also have a suspended out of school, so you can see the data there, and what we are endeavoring to do to get that number, that percentage and number very low. We also, SWD means students with disabilities. Again, we use a lot of acronyms, so I want to make sure I spell that out. So least restrictive environment, so making sure that they have they're fully able to participate in that least restrictive environment. And then on the last page, you'll see that there are two areas that we have completely defined, and we're putting the final touches on those last two. But Rochester City School District schools in good standing. So you know that there are 4 categories or buckets that basically schools fall in. They either fall in moving from kind of the lowest performance to being in good standing. So there is receivership. We have schools in the Rochester City School District, so they are the lowest performing schools. So we certainly want to move those. And there was a presentation that both Dr. Nelms and I presented, I believe it was back in July, that talked about some strategies and activities that we are working on to make sure that we move those schools out of receivership. But then there's also CSI, which is comprehensive support, and then TSI, which is targeted support, and then there's good standing, which means that many categories that not only include 3 through 8 testing, but attendance, performance on Regents exams, depending on what the schools pick, determines that standing. But we want to get our schools in good standing. So you'll see that we have currently we have 32 schools who are in good standing, and we want to make sure that all of them are, each one of them. And so that is the goal. And we feel that that's something that within 3 years that we can get to and move forward. And so Dr. Morris, our Deputy Superintendent for Teaching and Learning, will be overseeing that work and leading the charge in that. And then we know that restorative practices is very important to us, and that's a part of our framework. So we have certain levels of schools as far as being restorative schools. So we have particular targets that we want to see that 95% of our of our schools are restorative practices schools. And so that is very, very important to us. And that work will be led under the work of Deputy Superintendent Martinez Davis. And then again, we're just finalizing reading levels for students to be on grade level. I know that that's something that's important to all of our commissioners. And then we are finalizing a measure for our English language learner performance because that's a large population of our students in the Rochester City School District. So once we have this finalized and approved by the Board of Education, we working with Dr. Morris, and we will create the question from Commissioner LeBron, for example, the other night was, okay, this is a good template, but where's the activity and where's all of the work? We will put that together, and we'll have that done very shortly for the board to again review, and we'll move this forward. And I'm very, very excited about this work. Again, it was collectively contributed to. There was active participation. We also know that student voice is very important, and our students were very actively engaged in this process. The 2 that were on the group, and they actually oftentimes were the ones when we had to report back to the entire group. They often were the leader for their particular group that they were assigned to do the reporting out. So that's critically important to me. But we are very pleased of this work, and that summarizes and concludes my superintendent August update with a specific focus on the strategic plan.
Thank you, Superintendent Myers. I see Commissioner LeBron has a question.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, thank you. So 2 questions, Leslie. One is, I'll start with, I think, an easier question is the REO, you mentioned the UPK South building not being utilized this year for the preschool. And I'm wondering what's going to happen with that building, because my understanding that was supposed to be school number, what was used to be school number 44, which is right by my house. And so will that building sit empty? Will we then have to give that city that building back to the city? I'll start there, and then I just have another question on school plans.
Sure. We haven't, we actually haven't finalized this because it's all been so quick, but I know Mike is on. I know that also Janelle is on. We'll be talking about that, and we will quickly get a response back to you on that. But this is all very quickly transpired. But as far as giving back to the city or the specific plan, I can't answer that at this time, but I will get a response back to you and the rest of the board.
Okay, thank you. And then the second question is, I know you mentioned school plans and a lot of the meetings that have been occurring. So I have to speak as a parent because I was talking to some of the parents today from some other schools, and none of us have received anything about what to expect on the first day of school. So, and I talked to parents who had students in different grades. So Sophia's going into the 4th grade, and I know that school is starting September 14th. I primarily know that because I'm obviously active on the board, but always reading things. But I don't think that one has been fully communicated to parents beyond the parent forums, which a lot of parents either haven't attended or didn't view yet. But something, I guess for me, my expectation as a parent is that I'm going to get something in writing with the start of school, but also what to do. I have no idea what I'm doing with Sophia on September 14th, other than I know I need to have a laptop and Wi-Fi ready for her. I just want to understand when the communication will go out to parents as well.
Okay, I'll circle back with that. I know they've been working on that. I know Deputy Superintendent Morris has been working with the chief of schools, but we'll make sure that that is plainly articulated and made aware.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for the superintendent? I don't see any. So thank you, Dr. Myers. I do want to point out, I want to thank you for your work on the strategic plan. We have had a history of having them, but we had a lapse as a result of changes in superintendent. I think back to Bohan Vargas, he had a number of detailed performance objectives, and this one seems to be even more rigorous than that. So I look forward to seeing the final draft. So I want to thank you for that. I also want to join you, and I know my colleagues join me in thanking our parents, our staff, on the work that was put in this summer to get our kids across the finish line. And of course, the board shares in your pride with respect to those students. I went to a suburban school when I was in high school. I spent the early part of my academic career in the city, but graduated from a suburban district. And I know the resources that the suburban districts have, the families, the school districts, and some of our children don't have those kinds of resources. And to see those children hang in there and graduate, it's just an amazing thing and a real blessing. And we share in your pride. And then the other thing that I'll note that you mentioned during your report, to the parent that spoke up earlier about having board members and the superintendent speak up about having federal elected officials and state elected officials sort of fill in that hole, that gap. You correctly point out you have done that. I know some of my colleagues have done that. I have done that. I've even forwarded a chain link letter, but I've spoken to elected officials. I know my colleagues have. So we continue to do what she has asked us to do and hope and pray that it will reap some benefit. So those were my comments, but I really do want to thank you for that strategic plan. It looks really exciting. I haven't had a chance to really mull over it, but the fact that you've identified where we need to be in a number of specific areas, I think will help us get there. You know, you can't start a race unless you know where you're going to finish. So thank you very much. Any other questions or comments for the superintendent?
Could I just say this, President White? So I just want to make sure, because we need to really get detailed. Is this plan acceptable to move forward so we can put the detail on it? Because we don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole and then you say, no, this isn't what we want, because this is, it will be detailed.
Does anybody want to comment on that? Or would people prefer to have some opportunity to get back to the superintendent directly by email or by phone? They may want to, colleagues of course speak up, but they may want a little more time to look at it. But from my perspective, you got a thumbs up from me, but people may want a little more time. I don't see anybody raising their hand.
Commissioner LeBron is
Commissioner
raising.
LeBron.
Yeah. So I think for me, Dr. Myers, I personally don't want to approve a plan until I have the details.
Okay.
Because I can imagine some details, but I could be way off from what you and your team come up with in terms of the details of how you're going to get there with this. And because the strategic plan, my understanding is that it will align with some of your goals as well for the year. I think I would like to see all of it laid out for myself before we approve it. But I think what you have now as a draft and a template and a shell, if you will, I'm in agreement with what you have as a shell.
Okay.
Vice President Elliott?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment and say that I agree with what's been laid out. But I also, when we do get the details, don't want us to micromanage the superintendent as well, that they know how they're going to operationalize this plan. And so I just don't want us to get caught up in micromanaging what they're going to be operationalizing. So I just want us to keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Elliott. Commissioner Adams?
Yeah, I just want to go on record as saying I don't see anything that, that's an absolute no for me. I don't see anything that's an absolute no for me. So,
Anybody else want to be heard? And again, of course, as you all do pretty regularly, maybe folks out there don't know that, but you communicate independently with the superintendent. If there's something comes to mind after you review it again, I'm sure Leslie will make sure that she takes the time to discuss the changes. But I think, Leslie, what I've heard so far is so far, so good, right? So nothing that would make people say, oh, no, or 2 months from now or 2 weeks from now, if you were to come back. I don't think as it was described as a framework, it looks like you're standing on solid ground so far. So thank you for sharing that with us.
Thank you.
Dr. Nelms, you're up next.
Good evening, commissioners and community, and Dr. Myers and her staff. I'm going to modify my presentation a bit tonight just to be cognizant of time. But I do want to focus on two of the areas that Dr. Myers Small mentioned, and that is the areas around academics and also the implicit bias, anti-racism, and inclusion. I thought those three, as part of her plan, were incredibly well articulated and timely for what we're facing as a nation. So tonight's presentation, just to give you a brief overview, is I'm going to go over a couple operational slides, and then I'm going to get into the curriculum. And we're looking at the culturally relevant and responsive curriculum, the curriculum that we've designed that really goes deep into issues around race and equity and gender. And I'm going to give a few examples of those, but I'm not going to go through each slide. I'm going to leave that for the community to go through. On board docs, there will be an example. And for the board, I provided you, I think, 8 examples of different types of curricula from different units. And that is not an all-inclusive list. There are a ton of many more lessons that we have. But I wanted to give the community an opportunity to see what's been created over the last 5 years by our teachers and University of Rochester. It's also emphasized that a major expense that was incurred was the development of curriculum grades 6 through 12 for all content areas that's available. And so I wanted to work through that. And I know that Dr. Myers Small and her team and my team have already started conversations around aligning curriculum. It doesn't mean adopting one curriculum over the other, but at least having conversations around curriculum development. This becomes critically important, especially in times like today, where we have COVID and kids with distance learning. And so when we have kids return to school, knowing that students will have a quality experience and, more importantly, a consistent experience across the board. So we'll continue to work together as a district to enhance our curricular models and modules. But I want to start by really thanking our parent group. Our FACE group is Family and Community Engagement. It's our version of PTA. They hosted a parent forum on school reopening recently. And it was an incredible opportunity for parents to let the school know exactly what they were experiencing, and for us to articulate our reopening plan and our distance learning resources with and for parents, and to also get them prepared for day one. I want to especially thank our administrators. I think often we don't take enough of an opportunity to thank and acknowledge administrators, because it's often that we expect them to do certain things, and so we don't always say thank you. And so I want to say thank you publicly to all the administrators at EASE. I want to especially thank those who are really leading this effort, and that's Tanya Wilson, Dr. Wilson, our lower school principal, and Marlene Block, our upper school principal. They have done an incredible job of making sure that parents are well informed and staff are held accountable for working on the things that are most important for our school. Next slide. I wanted to remind our parents that we have our school supplies and technical needs pickup. These dates have been established for students to pick up their materials. And I know for some families who've already dropped off materials and supplies over the summer. But this is the general pickup. You'll receive by grade level your time slot to come in. And all the materials that teachers have identified as being essential for at-home learning will be in bags waiting for you. So if I'm a 6th grade teacher, our teachers, my teachers for all my courses have already identified which materials are needed, and then you'll pick up your bag and you'll be prepared for the start of the school day. And again, if to our parents, if you have a hard time with transportation, our staff and our community partners, some of the agencies that we have working with us, will be able to deliver those bags to the homes. And so be on the lookout for an email from either Dr. Wilson or Ms. Blocker. And then I also encourage our parents to continue to use Facebook as our mode of communication through social media. I also want to thank the secretaries for calling all of our parents, starting in lower school, to update telephone numbers and email accounts so that when we send out mass emails, we're not going to overwhelm you with emails, but making sure that you have that information front and center. I also want to thank our professional learning team. We spent as 5 days the last week speaking and talking about preparing for the opening of school. We began the week looking at our own implicit bias and looking at a culturally rich environment for students. And then we moved through the use of digital learning. And I'll be honest, what we learned is that staff were on all ends of the spectrum as it related to technology use. There were some that were very proficient and more proficient than we even realized. And one teacher, Mr. Ames, created this incredible video for kids welcoming to the first book of the year. But there are also some staff members who really struggle with using some of the virtual platforms. And so we'll spend the superintendent's conference days that are upcoming to really hone our technology skills so that when students log in, that we can have courses be as engaging as possible. This is not a matter of doing what you would typically do and now just doing it online. You really have to think and plan differently to ensure that you are addressing social emotional needs and that the curriculum is highly engaging and digitally enriched. And again, that we're focused on culturally relevant and responsive practice. So when kids return, they're returning actively engaged in the learning process. Next slide. So I want to just walk the district through what culturally relevant and responsive pedagogy is as defined by EAST. And I also want to acknowledge Commissioner Elliott for really pushing us for 5 years and pushing the entire district to make culturally responsive and relevant pedagogy at the core of our planning and not an add-on. So anytime that we design lessons, we're asking our questions: to what extent is this lesson reflective of our students' experiences, their interests, their learning profiles, their religious, sexual orientation, and gender and racial backgrounds? We're constantly asking those questions of ourselves in an effort to create a school environment where all individuals are valued, cared for, and respected. Next slide. So there are 5 facets to culturally responsive and relevant responsive education and pedagogy: that the curriculum has to be relevant, that the practices have to be responsive, and I'm not going to define those are there, you can read those later, and it has to be a positive and social emotional development for students. Next slide. It also has to really push and support complex and critical thinking. You know, as part of the EPO, we increased rigor, turned it up 100%. To ensure that when our students leave, that their diploma reflects students who are college, career, or work ready, and that they're civically engaged and minded also. Also, that there's an emphasis on empowering students. One of the most proud things I can say about EAST is that our students are learning to use their voice and to really advocate for themselves and others in an effort to improve the educational system that is designed to serve them. Next. This was our 4-year plan in working with Sonia James Wilson since 2016. Again, you can take the slide and read it and just see that this was a well thought out and strategic attempt to be able to really merge implicit bias in our work on racism with the curriculum development over time. Next slide. And so what you'll see in CRRP, again, being at the core, not the add-on, you can see it in curriculum and instruction. This slide focuses on curriculum. The next slide will focus on instruction. In the curriculum, you really have to think about what it looks like at the unit level. Then how do you assess students in stage 2? And understanding what you want to assess. So to what extent are you what are you trying to understand, what your students know and be able to do? And then you start to create lessons. So you don't create lessons and then assess, you create the assessment first, and then you think about how you're going to build lessons to get them to that final destination. And then which materials do you need to have as part of the curriculum to ensure that students have access to the materials that will allow them to demonstrate their learning and mastery of content and pedagogy. Next slide is instruction. On the instruction side, you'll see that instruction is important for CRP in establishing a clear environment level, making sure that the interactions between student and teachers are respectful. And that's where you see a lot of restorative practices work being done as a tenet of our school. And I know that's part of one of the goals in Leslie's and Dr. Meyer's plan was around restorative practices and increasing the number of schools who adopt that methodology. Student relationship level, that's important. So that's a student to student interaction. How do you engage in ways that make you feel active and empowered in the classroom? And then pedagogy itself. And these are what are you specifically going to do with purpose and intentionality to ensure that students can engage, access, and be able to share their learning in new and meaningful ways. And so this is where I'm going to speed up a bit because I don't want to, my original intent was to walk you through a lesson, but I'm going to just walk you through at the end how to read the lessons that I've shared with you as a board. Again, there's several lessons there. And then for the community on board docs, I will create I have a little cheat sheet for you to explain what the different components of the lessons are. Then I gave you an example of a lesson also. So let's just kind of go through these, Callie, and I'm going to go relatively quickly through what these things are. So I gave you a unit on resistance to colonization, and each unit starts with a central question. And it's supposed to it's not a question that's supposed to have a yes or no answer. It's to get kids and teachers thinking. And you'll see that in each of the units, there's a brief summary. This one has to do with the Pueblo uprising. They're comparing it to what's happening currently with Black Lives Matter. And there's also a little bit of the 1964 rebellion of Rochester in that work as well. And then you'll see the connections at the end, connecting past and present, relevant, local, and personalized, complex thinking. So we work with a number of individuals to ensure that our lessons reflect Rochester's history, and they're able to make those connections to what's happening at the national scene and also internationally. Another next, and then you'll see some examples of these this is from that first unit. These are some pictures and examples of how our students reflected their own learning. You'll see in the left column the various countries that our students are from, reflects where they're from, and some of the work that they've done to make connections from their countries or their experiences to that Pueblo uprising, and as well as what's happening in current day. Next. Another example would be Math 3. People often look at CRP as a social studies or English context. We're really making sure that CRP shows up in all of our content areas. Again, these are shared with the board. If you want to look at a math lesson, there's one here. The next slide. Next. There's an English unit. This is on civil disobedience. And the question here is, do people serve a government? Does government serve the people? And this is a very timely unit for our current situation. But this is really focuses on persuasion and argument, giving students voice in writing, as well as giving them voice in argument and discourse. Next slide. Is enough. It's self-explanatory. I would encourage you to continue to read that. We get into the political side of social justice. Teaching and learning did a really good a really good lesson around in partnership with our science department. And that science department lesson has to do with physiology and teaching and learning. So they had to understand themselves inside as well as the science of who they are on the outside. The next few slides give examples of the masks that they made for this particular unit. That's one example of some of the masks they made around identity. And there's some closer look, how they have to identify who they are, represent themselves, And then of course, we also have ELA with our African American literature. Next. Math 6, lunch with your real life hero, another connection that they've made. And then the next slide gives an example of students who are using their lunchtime and opportunities to enhance their artistic expression, as well as connecting with teachers around issues that may be traumatic or problematic in their lives. Next. And I want to just thank the board, remind the board that we do have a technical assistance center. This is part of the renewal agreement. This space was a former auditorium at East, one of the small auditoriums that is now a professional development room where we've trained teachers across the district and county, as well as East, in various instructional techniques. And this space will be used to further expand our curriculum, so it's shared more widely with our CSD teachers when appropriate, as well as any school in the county that's interested in really focusing in work in a more relevant and responsive way. And then I'm just gonna have, Cal, I think that's it. And then I'm gonna have you go and just do the two PDFs that are on board docs for the community. And again, the board has this also, but you also have several other units available to you. So the first is just a cheat sheet about what each of these areas are. So again, you have your transfer goals, your established goals, your understanding. If you scroll down, acquisition is how do you know if kids understand what they know and how will they demonstrate it, how they acquire the knowledge. Stage 2, the evidence, is around the assessment. How like to what extent do you know what students know and are able to do? In this section, it gives you clear understanding of what that looks like and how students will demonstrate their understanding and knowledge. Stage 3 is the actual learning experiences. This is where your lesson plans may come into play. And then these are all supplemental and materials. And so if you're a student with special ed or ENL, you would see your initials on the right column with your specific interventions that you need. So if a student needed directions reread, it would say SN for Sean Nelms. Students read directions read, and as special ed teachers or inclusive ed teachers or ENL teachers push into the classroom, we can hold them accountable for making sure that students meet their goals in our IEP. And then I'm not going to go through this, but this would be an example of what one would look like in complete form with the different units of study in there. And I just encourage the community to take a look, ask questions, let us know how, if things are clear or you have concerns, and we'll continue to adjust. These lessons are designed to be recursive, meaning you're constantly going back and adding new things. When we go back, we'll put a ton in here, probably about what's happening out in Wisconsin. We'll talk about what happened with George Floyd. We haven't been able to add those things to our units. And so we'll continue to update and add when appropriate. So this is part of the instructional suite and materials that we have. And it may seem very simple to do this. Each of these documents are created with a team of teachers, and to have them argue about what's important and what's essential is part of their own professional development and learning. And so it's really critically important that teachers have a common sense of understanding around these strategies to ensure that we're consistent and that all kids exit with a common understanding towards meeting the standards. Thank you so much. And I'm more than happy to talk to the board in more detail about the curriculum modules and how we can expand this more purposefully.
Thank you, Dr. Nelms. Vice President Elliott, looks like you have a question or a comment. You're muted.
Okay, yes. I just want to thank Dr. Nelms for his work around culturally responsive pedagogy. And yes, I am and will continue to advocate for this. And but I also want to say that this is a lifelong that is just not for learning in school. There's so much that African Americans don't know about their history. And I'm rereading a book entitled From Babylon to Timbuktu that talks in this book about, for example, Hannibal was skilled in warfare. His strategy taught in military colleges around the world. That there were Blacks who began the alphabet system, for example, and the work that we have accomplished around medicine and systems of weights and measures. We're talking about, mathematics. So there's a lot that has been left out. The question becomes, and I don't, this is not for this venue, why did they keep it from us? And so I've been doing that kind of research as well. Why was it so important for them to keep this information from us, aside from slavery? And then when you look at what we're going through today and all of the work that we've done in this nation today for free, why is it so important for the police to continue to do what they're doing to Black folk? And even with inferior education, what is it about us? And I could tell you, but I don't want to get into it now. The fact that we are a great people and people know that we are great people. The only way you keep a great people down is you systematically keep them from knowing who they are and knowing their greatness. And so I want to thank you, Dr. Nelms, for that. And I would just say to the people who are listening, to our students in particular, that just do not allow the Rochester City School District or any district to limit you to who you are. Do that kind of study and research for yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Elliott. Commissioner Powell?
Yeah, my question is actually an alibi question from Dr. Myers-Small's presentation. So if there are other board members who have questions for Dr. Nelms, I would defer to them.
Commissioner, I don't see anybody raise their hand, but since you've created that opportunity, let me just say to Dr. Nelms, thank you for that work. As Vice President Elliott said, it is desperately needed. I hope that this work will be replicated throughout the district. This is truly an example of there's no need to reinvent the wheel. Lord knows we have a lot to do in this district in so many areas. This is an investment that the district, this Board of Education has made. This is no offense to you, Dr. Nelms, but this is the district's school. So this isn't somebody taking something from somebody else. We own this stuff and we paid for it, right? People often remind us of that. So I hope, Dr. Myers, that your able team will consider replicating this wheel and putting it on our vehicle to move the district forward generally. So I don't have anything further. Anybody else have any questions to Dr. Nelms? And then we can go back to Commissioner Powell. All right, Commissioner Powell, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So yeah, the strategic plan was pretty weighty, and I found myself mulling it over, and I did come up with one concern that would be a showstopper for me and worthy of discussing tonight. Now this is these are your aspirations for 3 years from now. Is that correct, Dr. Myers-Small?
Correct.
Okay, so the target for the restorative practices schools 3 years from now is 95%. Mm-hmm. And rounding to the nearest, 50 schools, 95% is all but one, all but two. And so it occurs to me that if we're that close to 100%, why can't we make it to why can't we set the target at 100% in 3 years? I mean, in theory, as we expand out to more schools, we have more teachers and administrators who are skilled in restorative practices. We mm-hmm. should be able to build up speed exponentially over the years rather than, 5 and 10 at a time.
Okay, I appreciate that. So you say it's a showstopper for you if it's not 100%.
Or a justification why we can't reach it. I don't want to 3 years from now be asking you what 2 schools don't have restorative practices. Then we're so close to the finish line, we should have them all.
Does it mean to say East. No, I'm just joking. Joking. Just joking. Just joking.
Thank you much for hearing me out.
You're welcome.
I'm not gonna let you pick on East tonight. He did such a good job with that presentation. I'm gonna have to have his back tonight.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll record.
I got you
You
tonight.
heard?
John, you smile like a Cheshire cat now.
He does.
Nice. I just screenshotted this video right now.
All right. Any other questions for either Dr. Nelms or Dr. Myers-Small? Okay, I guess we can move on. Thank you both for your reports. We appreciate it. Okay, next item on the agenda is consideration of resolutions. I'm going to attempt to block, if you will, some of these resolutions. If there's any objection to that, or you all, that is my colleagues, need to go into executive session on any particular topic, all you need to do is tell me, and we will do that.
So Van, I want to tell you now,
Sure.
I prefer not to, and I do have a request to separate 152 as A, B, and C.
152 is A, B, and C. So separate resolutions, 152A, 152B, 152C. Is that what you want to do?
Yes, but I would prefer also not to vote tonight in block because I have a lot of no yeses, and
Well, for example, let's talk about that. We get to resolutions 198, 200 through 201, and then 203 to 221, 221. Like that block, 203 to 221. Is there some reason why you could not articulate what you're voting no to in that block?
So for 203 to 221, you said?
Yeah, that's on this. Yeah.
I have several questions on many of those resolutions. You can block those, but I will be asking questions on every single one that I have questions on.
Yeah, absolutely. There's not going to be a lot of blocking, but to the extent there is, if someone wants to vote, and we've done this before, someone wants to vote no, you just articulate what resolution you're voting no to. And of course, if you have any questions regarding any of them that are in the block, let me know. But is there any objection to amending? I don't even know if we need to do this. Resolution 152 to make it 152A, B, and C. Anybody have any objection to that? I don't even think we need to formally.
No objection, so moved.
All right. So without objection, that amendment has been made. So let's begin at the top with respect to resolution 137. Can I get a motion to advance for discussion resolution 137?
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. I think I heard Commissioner Malloy. Any questions or comments regarding resolution 137?
Yes, I just want to state again for the record that during COVID, I will not be voting yes on any tenures for anyone. And so I will continue to vote no during COVID.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Any other questions or comments regarding resolution 137? Not seeing any and not hearing any. So let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of resolution 137 indicate by making sure that your video is on and then by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Nay. I heard Commissioner LeBron say nay. All right, let's move on to the next one. I need a motion to discuss resolution 146. Is there a motion? Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second? Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Any questions or comments regarding resolution 146? Looking at the participant screen, I'm looking at you folks, and I don't see anybody raising their hand electronically or otherwise. So let's go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor of resolution 146 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Seems Madam Clerk, the ayes have it. That resolution passes. I next want to advance for conversation or discussion, resolution 152A. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Commissioner Malloy has made the motion. Is there a second? Help me out here, guys. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Any questions or comments regarding resolution 152A? I don't see any. So let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of resolution 152A indicate by saying aye. Aye. Oops. Did you guys hear me? Looks like
I heard you. I'm a no, but I'm just waiting for the folks to.
Oh, okay. So I heard Commissioner LeBron is going to vote no, but I need to hear if there are ayes.
It's no for me as well, please.
Okay, so that's 2, Malloy and LeBron.
And it's no for me.
That's 3 no's. I assume we still have obviously we have a quorum. We still have 7 board members online. Is that right,
We do
Madam
not.
Clerk?
No,
No?
sir. Commissioner Shepard is not online.
All right, so that resolution would automatically fail because I counted, and I know you're better counting than I am, Madam Clerk, but that resolution would fail. Superintendent Myers, we can confer on the impact of that later, but the vote is.
This is Superintendent Nelm's resolution.
I'm sorry.
President White.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm sorry about that. Superintendent.
Mr. White, President White, I would only ask that we get clarity from Steve or Carl, because these are contractual. This is a contractual agreement with the union that was already agreed to by the board with the passing of the EPO. So I'm not certain exactly what to do when these contractual hours are already these are already part of the contract. It's why I put in the board letter as well as in the resolution that these hours will not be used until after COVID to be returned to school full time. So we don't necessarily need to have after school meetings until kids return. But that's something that has to be discussed. It's a contractual, it's part of the contract as an option, so is the next resolution. So if someone can just bring clarity around that, it would be very helpful.
So, is there any way we could table this until, since they have it in there it's not until the out of school is over.
I second that.
It's been moved and seconded that this resolution 152A be tabled for a date certain. What do you want to say? Today is Thursday. You want to say Tuesday?
I would say, well, so I think there's some time that we have to discuss. Now, so in the resolution, again, the statement is that these hours will not be used until we return from virtual. So we at least have 10 weeks, just want to put that out. We at least have 10 weeks because we have 10 weeks out of school. So these hours won't be used until then. But I think we should probably get some clarity, perhaps from Carl and executive, around what happens when there's a contractual obligation and the board votes no on it after already approving it through the contract.
Just so we're clear, the motion to table goes directly to a vote. So I propose to amend to Commissioner Adams' motion to table a date certain, which would be a Tuesday. I just picked a date. Commissioner Adams, you okay with that? And what I'm suggesting is that in that interim, the board could hear from Carl and whoever else we would need to see if anybody would be interested in changing their vote, or the presence of Commissioner Shepard might change things.
I just want to be clear that I will still be voting no. We have a large deficit. I will not be voting on any additional pays for either side. So I just want to put that out there. And it could be contractual, but when that contract was made, we also did not have the deficit and the amount of the deficit that we had when that contract was made with the East EPO. And so I did not vote for the East EPO, but it did pass. So I think these are conversations that I would like legal to give advice on, but I will not be changing my vote.
President White.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like clarity from Carl because you did have a vote and it failed. And so I'm wondering if you come back to vote on it, what happens because you voted on it.
Well, you're absolutely correct. So thank you for pointing that out. So the presentation of Commissioner Adams' motion would be untimely because it was already voted down. We can't table something that's already been voted down. So, but we can.
I'd like to change my vote to a no to preserve the right to reconsider.
Okay. All right. So that change in vote has been recorded. So what will happen, Ricardo, Commissioner Adams, were you trying to say something?
So at the time of the vote, we didn't have a full board. We do have a full board now. I don't know what the bylaws say about that.
Anybody who voted in the no could vote to reconsider. But are you saying, because I can't see her here on this list, Commissioner Shepard is here?
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. All right. So anybody who voted no could, my understanding of parliamentary procedures, could move to reconsider. And then once that happens, then we would vote again 152A. Is there any member who voted no on resolution 152A who would now make a motion to reconsider?
Mr. President,
Yes,
could
ma'am.
we first get Commissioner Shepard's vote on the record from the first time round?
Well, but that vote is closed.
Correct.
That vote is closed.
That's
So
correct.
I can't just like add her. Right. So I can't.
Recorded as absent for that?
She was
Well-
recorded as absent for that, yes.
Yeah. So we can't do that. But you could make, as you, I think you have just done, you could make a motion to reconsider because you did change your vote to no. Are you doing that, Commissioner Powell?
No, I'm going to wait until next month. I think I got the sense that this was not an urgent matter, that in fact, we don't even need to be pushing it as hard as Tuesday. And I will wait until we've discussed in executive session with our legal people.
And
Ben, I just want to say that
Sure.
These resolutions come every September or end of August, early September, usually end of August. So when our resolutions are submitted, we have just a reoccurring checklist of when to send these things in. I was not aware of some of the pending decisions that will be made tonight in terms of staffing. Had I known that, I probably would have delayed this resolution for another month. But I wasn't aware of what was going to be on the overall board meeting tonight, and I completely understand the sensitivity from the board to approve extra pay when you're going to be making some very tough decisions later on this evening. Had I known that prior to the meeting, I would have probably pulled the resolution and waited a month so that it wasn't, we weren't sending mixed messages to the community. But I just want to remind the board that these are contractual obligations, and I think that's where Carl has to weigh in. But I want to say publicly, I respect and understand the sensitivity to this resolution based on decisions that have to be made on our current situation due to COVID and school closure. And again, in the board letter and also in the resolutions, they all state that none of these dollars will be expended until we are back fully in the classrooms, which was in itself a savings because we're not going to be able to use those hours right away. Maybe not a savings, but it's a delayed cost potentially. So I am fine with whatever the board decides, but I would just say I think I would recommend that the action be to delay the vote. And again, it's not an urgent matter. And then even if the board decides 8 weeks from now to say no, we still are going to need clarity from Carl so that the union can respond however they see fit.
So the status of the vote is that it was voted down because there wasn't a majority voting in favor of it. So at any point in time, tomorrow, 2 weeks from now, 2 months from now, any member of the board who voted in the no could ask for reconsideration. And in the meantime, we could also, at any point in time, ask Carl to enlighten us with respect to what is the impact of voting down a resolution that is where there's a contractual obligation.
Mr. President,
And we can
if
ask,
I might make a parliamentary suggestion.
sure.
The motion to reconsider would only be appropriate this evening. It can, however, be introduced as a matter of new business at any time in the future.
Sure. So
I would suggest that that's the course that the board take. If there is a board member who wants to introduce the matter as a matter of new business at a future meeting, that's totally in order.
that's why we have you here, Carl, as our parliamentarian. So thank you very much. There will be no motion to reconsider unless it's made tonight. But it seems to me, based on what Dr. Nelm said, that at any time in the future, any board member could introduce the resolution if it was brought before the board by Dr. Nelm. So sounds like that's what will happen. In the interim, Carl, you'll give us at some point, I don't know if you want to share that tonight or next Tuesday, whenever your insights with respect to what would happen if we continue to vote no on with this being a contractual obligation.
I'd rather take a look at the documents involved, and then I can give the board, more detailed advice with actual reference to the contractual language.
Absolutely. So we'll make sure this gets on our executive session agenda or our agenda to discuss it with our general counsel in the near future. And Carl, when you're ready with that, let Sean and I know. And I don't know if I cut off or whether you're frozen, Carl. Is that, or am I?
No, I'm
frozen?
all
Okay.
right.
You let our clerk know. You let me know, and Sean know when you're ready to put that back on. Get that on the executive session, and we'll do that. Sean, were you going to say something?
I agree.
Okay. All right. All right. So let's move on to Resolution 152B. I need a motion to discuss Resolution 152B.
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron, seconded by Commissioner Malloy. Any questions or comments regarding Resolution 152B? I don't see any hands raised, technically or otherwise. So
And
we'll
then
go ahead.
this is the same. This is just for the record. This is the same situation that we just discussed. These are contractual hours that were mandated by the contract.
Absolutely. So let's go ahead and
President
take that.
White?
Yes, ma'am.
Vice President Elliott is having some technical issues, so she had to log out and she is working to log back in.
Okay. Well, I think this is probably, yes, she just sent me a text saying she's frozen.
We should count that as a yes then.
Let's do it quick. No, let's go ahead and vote because it's been the internet's been kind of crazy even over here. So I think the vote's probably going to be pretty much the same. So let's just keep it moving. Any other questions or comments regarding Resolution 152B? There being no questions or comments, all those in favor of Resolution 152B
I'm sorry.
indicate by saying.
I was looking for my mute button. So since it's the same situation, why can't this one be tabled?
Well, it could, but as Carl said, it's what I forgot what old folks used to say, 5 cents of that, something of the other, where you say it doesn't make any difference. What's that?
6 of one, half dozen.
There you go. Thank you very much. You fall into the classification of old folks if you know that, like I do. But whatever you all's preference, Commissioner Shepard, if that is your preference, for me, I'm here to take whatever motions are made. It seems to me the outcome of this is going to be the same, probably. Maybe not.
The motion would then be, Commissioner Shepard, if I might suggest a motion to postpone.
But there's a motion and a second already to vote on that. So I think we have to, how do we change the motion in the middle of a motion? Huh?
And the question, I suppose, should be called, because I don't hear Commissioner Shepard asking for a privileged motion.
But I'm asking, I guess, for clarity. So I motioned it and Commissioner Malloy seconded it. So it's open on the floor.
Correct. And if there's not a privileged motion that would take precedence, the vote should go ahead.
Okay.
I think Van just froze.
It looks like he's frozen, yes.
Yeah.
It's a really complimentary picture too, I'd add.
Have we lost him? I think he's gone.
I think we lost him and we lost, there he is.
Okay.
Back.
Oh, and Cynthia, she's back.
Great.
Vice President Elliott is back too.
Okay. So I think where I left off, sorry about that. These computers are really going crazy tonight, but I heard Commissioner Shepard propose a motion to table, and I don't know if you all heard me say, it doesn't make much of a difference to me, and Commissioner Powell reminded me of what us old folks say. So however you guys want to proceed, we can do this as a motion to table, or as Carl said, just take the vote, and if it goes down, anybody can bring it up later on.
Well, yeah, so I didn't make a motion. I just asked the question
Okay.
during the discussion period.
Sure. All right, so let's go ahead and vote on Resolution 152B. All those in favor of Resolution 152B indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition?
Nay.
Hey.
There are 2 nays.
I said no too.
No.
That's 3, 4. I got to get the balance of the vote. I know Vice President Elliott is still out. Commissioner Adams?
Yay.
Okay, so the nays have it. As Carl indicated earlier, if someone
President White,
chooses,
can I have you record your vote, please?
I said yay. I said
Thank
yay.
you.
I was the first person to say yay. So as Carl indicated, however, this matter can come back up at any time, and we'll get some advice from Carl. And if it's appropriate, Superintendent Nelms can coordinate the presentation of the motion in a future meeting. All right, Resolution 152C. Is there a motion? I need a motion.
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Is there a second to that motion?
Seconded.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Malloy.
Point of order.
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't that what we just voted on?
No, we voted on 152B. This is 152C.
I asked to separate them.
The three, that's right. So we're on the last one of her previous amendment, 150. I think I had a motion and I had a second, right, Madam Clerk?
That is correct.
Any questions or comments regarding Resolution 152C? I'm on my cell phone now, so I apologize. I don't see any hands being raised. So let's go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor of Resolution 152C indicate by saying aye.
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 Any nays? All right, so that.
Can you all hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm on my phone as well. Okay.
Yep. All right, so the ayes have it with respect to 152C. Let's move on to Resolution 153. Is there a motion to discuss Resolution 153?
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Any questions or comments regarding Resolution 153, which relates to authorization to enter into a memorandum of agreement? Again, I'm on my cell phone, so I'm switching back and forth. I don't see any hands being raised in the participants page. I don't see anybody else raising a hand or making any motion to talk. So let's go ahead and take a vote on Resolution 153. All those in favor of Resolution 153 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays?
Nay.
I heard one nay, and I believe that was from Commissioner LeBron. Seems like the ayes have it. Let's move on to Resolutions 155 to 176. Those are consecutive resolutions that relate to human resources for the Rochester City School District. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Any questions or comments regarding Resolutions 155 through 176? I'll switch over to my.
Yeah, I would like to know for Resolution 156, why those staff members' probationary period have been extended.
I'm going to ask either Steve or the chiefs, but Steve first.
Need to go into executive
But
session.
yeah, this is something we should we're prepared to discuss all three of these particular individuals if you'd like to talk about them later in executive session.
No question.
Dr. Jallo?
So this is about Resolution 160. Okay, so I'm questioning about a director of science and CTE and wondering why we have that combination into one title. And I'm wondering what kind of certification would a person have for both of those areas? Just wondering the rationale for combining two core areas that are of importance in the district.
Dr. Jallo, I cannot answer that. That was a decision that was made prior to me arriving, so I would have to defer to one of my colleagues on cabinet.
That was a prior superintendent decision to merge some of these, I guess, critical areas and merging. I think even at one point they were considering merging like science and art too. It's just very bizarre stuff, but I'm voting no on that resolution tonight. I had some concerns around that one and 162, but.
Yeah, I just want to raise the point that science and our science data is not where it should be, could be, et cetera. And then CTE is an area that I'm assuming the district wants to build. And so you need someone dedicated just to CTE. And it's also an opportunity with Perkins monies and the like. So I just think it's a weird, not weird, it's an interesting combination. It's not a combination that I would normally think of in terms of supporting academic achievement.
Okay, so a couple of things are happening here with respect to this bulk of resolutions 155 to 176. Steve, what were the ones that you said you needed to discuss? We need to discuss in executive session? Just want to make sure I have that right.
156.
I thought there was 3 of them.
There are 3 candidates in 156.
Oh, I see. Okay, so 156 has to be discussed in executive session. Seems like Dr. Jallo, I haven't heard anybody follow up on her comments, but it's not necessarily something that has to be an executive session, but something that might, Leslie, might need to be tabled so that you could get some additional detail or maybe make a different recommendation. What do you think, Leslie?
We could certainly table it. We are hurting as far as having someone join us on science, but we could table it and I can look at it.
Well,
President White.
Yes,
you have
ma'am.
to table it for a date certain.
Yeah, I know that. I'm just trying to figure out if that's the will of the board. Yeah, no, I'm just trying to make sure I know that that's what Leslie wanted to do first, and there are no consequences to tabling this. It seems like she was a bit concerned, but Leslie, you're saying you could table it?
Yeah, I would want to bring it back around Tuesday, though, at the latest.
Okay, all right. So is there a motion to table resolution 160 for a date certain, which is, what's Tuesday's date, Madam Clerk?
September 1st.
September 1st. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Let's go ahead and
We need to vote.
and I know that's what I'm gonna say. I just want to make sure, Carl, I called for those other previous resolutions. I want to make sure that I can take a vote on this motion to table on 160, even though I called off those other ones before. Is that all right?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. All right. So there is a motion to table. It's been moved and seconded to table resolution 160 to September the 1st. Any questions or comments regarding that motion? There being no questions or comments, all those in favor of tabling resolution 160 to September the 1st indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
White, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, we can. I can.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Madam
President
Clerk,
White.
have you gotten all those votes?
Commissioner Adams is not on screen. Thank you, Commissioner Adams. What is your vote, sir? Aye, gotcha.
All right. So I heard just 3, but if you heard enough.
Now you have the vote as 6-1.
So, all right, there we go. All right, so let's go back to understanding that resolution 156 is going to be discussed in executive session. Let's go back to discussing the series of resolutions 155 through 176, with the exception of course, resolutions 156 and 160, which was just tabled. Any questions or comments regarding those resolutions?
Yeah, just one.
Go ahead. Either Commissioner Commissioner Malloy or Vice President Elliott. I saw that both of you have questions.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Vice President.
Thank you. Just on 174, there is a double name. First and last name was the same on one of them. So I just wanted to make sure that was correct. On 174.
We're not there yet?
Yeah,
Are we there yet?
Yeah, we are. 155 through 176.
Yeah, so 174 has a double first and last name is the same. I just wanted to make sure that was correct.
Oh, Scott.
I didn't think we were supposed to be calling them out, so yeah.
Yeah, you can say their names for that purpose. As long as it's
Okay.
Person. I don't know. Let me see if I can get an answer in the next few seconds. Okay.
Well, just for y'all's purposes that we. Well, yeah, I guess for our purpose as well. So we don't know who it is exactly.
That is correct, Commissioner. That's actually accurate.
Okay.
I got that from 2 of my directors. So Yes.
All right.
Any other questions or
Yes.
comments?
So
Yes,
for
I'm sorry, Mr. Malloy.
resolution 162, and I'm not sure if this needs to go into executive session or not, but I just had a question pertaining to the roles and responsibilities during the remote learning period for this specific title.
I would imagine she could ask that publicly, could she not, Carl?
So I guess my concern is it's a community site coordinator position. So I'm wondering, or community school site coordinator position. And I'm concerned that, you know, what are we doing in terms of like with remote learning? What are they doing during this remote learning period? Because school is not in session. What does this look like?
I'm going to ask one of the chief of schools to answer that, please, and thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. The Community Site Coordinator is assigned to School 22 as part of the 21st Century Grant. During this time that we are in remote, they are still working with partners and agencies to connect our students and families with additional resources. So there is work to be done with the Community Site Coordinator.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments regarding resolutions 156?
Question. I have a question about resolution 164.
Go ahead.
Why are we hiring a principal?
Where are you? I'm sorry, Dr. Jello.
164.
Hold on.
Question. Dr. Jallo, what was the question?
Why are we hiring a principal?
This is a interim to fill in for a principal who's out on a long-term leave.
And we have to hire somebody. There's no one else who can do it.
I'll defer to others on that question.
I mean, we are trying to cut back. We are trying to freeze. So I just want to make sure that's a last resort, especially after we've announced it, we're freezing.
Carmine?
So this is the assistant principal in the building that is taking over the responsibilities as interim. So we're not filling with an assistant principal right now. We're just moving that assistant principal into the role as principal at this time.
Isn't that like a transfer? That's another. Okay, because it seems like you're hiring somebody, not transferring somebody. So maybe
we're just putting her as the principal, not hiring assistant principal in the time of when this principal is out on leave.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments regarding resolutions 155 to 176, of course, the exceptions of 156 and 160 that was tabled? I don't hear or see any other questions, so we're going to go ahead and take a vote on resolutions 155 to 176. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 I have to read out which ones I'm yay and nay to.
Okay.
I'm ready.
I'm on no on 169.
I'm going to be a no on 160, a no on 162, a no on 155, and yay to the rest.
And I'm no on 164.
Anyone else? I'm all set, President White.
All right. And I assume, based on your calculations, those passed?
Yes, sir.
All right. Next, I need a motion to discuss resolutions 179 through 181. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner
Second.
Malloy. Thank you, Vice President Elliott. Any questions or comments regarding these procurement and supply resolutions?
Yes, I do have a question.
Sure.
For 179, I guess I'm not really clear in just how the wording here. You know, I see what we've spent in prior years and with the extension, but I don't see the exact amount here that we're going to be spending. Like, how much are we spending in this extension? So I think I need more information before I can actually vote on this particular resolution.
Superintendent Myers, you got someone that you want to designate to respond to that? Okay.
Can I ask a question as well?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
What is the board supposed to understand when it says not applicable contract extension only? What is the budget line and how much is it for? How is one able to read this and identify that? Or where do they look for the answer to that?
Glenn, can you answer this one?
I'm going to ask my question too, and before he starts answering, because then maybe he can answer all of them.
Okay.
So my question is also related to, so I do recall this resolution last year as well, in terms of bidding out for calculators. And I think at this point, I need to understand how are our kids actually getting these supplies? And then also, how are they getting these supplies during COVID? I don't even believe we've adequately yet. I know that we have a plan, but that everyone has a laptop, because I'm still getting questions from parents about laptops and MiFis and Wi-Fi hotspots. So I see a resolution, again, a year from when I last voted on this, asking for an extension on a contract. And then I have to ask, where are the kids getting them and how are we tracking that?
So I can absolutely talk to Chromebook deployment, MiFi hotspots, and such, but the calculators that are identified in this resolution are not coming through IM&T. This is coming through, I believe, the math department, and perhaps Dr. Morris may be able to add some additional insight, but I would be happy later at any time answer questions concerning Chromebook or MiFi deployment.
Dr. Morris, would you answer the question for 180, please, and thank you for the math department.
I apologize. What was the question?
Resolution 180, Commissioner Malloy has a question relative to just defining what does this exactly mean? What's the actual amount?
It's resolution
179. 179.
179 for the calculators?
Yes.
Yes, it's to do a bid for our calculator purchase for the year for our students. And we're hoping to have a delivery process set up for our students to allow for distribution of the calculators when we have the Chromebook distribution as well. But I can formalize and provide an actual distribution mechanism for everyone so that you'll know when we're giving out and distributing our calculators. But this is an annual replenishment of our calculator technology, and we want to make sure that we have the appropriate calculators on board for our students. So this is just to replenish that, and we go through the bidding process to make sure that we get the best price.
So this is just to approve that bidding process, if I'm correctly? Okay, so that's why there isn't like a specific amount attached to it. Okay, I'm clear. Thank you.
But it says to extend the contract.
It's to extend the contract so that we can do the bidding to purchase the calculators.
Can I
see them
clarify?
It says to enter into a contract for the purchase of the calculators for various locations. And so every year we look to replenish our pool of calculators. And so we're asking to extend the contract with this company so that we can replenish our stock.
Are we talking about graphing calculator?
Yes.
Okay, that's different because every good computer has a calculator in it. So, okay.
But for the reasons examinations, you must use a specific calculator. So you
Right.
must.
No, I think it's helpful that you know that it's graphing calculators.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I don't think we've ever purchased regular calculators for kids. It's always these graphic calculators, which are very, as you all know, very expensive. Commissioner Powell?
I do want to clarify the language that's been used in this explanation. Commissioner Malloy, the extension is not for a particular purchase. Doesn't include any purchases at all. What it does is it affirms that the company that won the bid in the previous contract, rather than putting out a new RFP, we've simply extended the contract. So what happens is, and it's usually for 1 year and 4 extensions. It basically says that when we go out to buy calculators, this is the vendor who we must order them from because they have already committed to give us the lowest price on the market. It's not a request to purchase, and it isn't a bid. We're not putting it out for bid as in an RFP. We're renewing the contract because when we put it out for bid, we offered to the vendor that they would get this contract and extensions for a specific number of years, so that we would not have to go through the expense of doing an RFP every single year on every product we purchase.
So I actually have a follow-up question for you then, Commissioner Powell. So when will we see an actual amount? I'm assuming there will be another resolution at some point where we know how much we're actually spending on these graphing calculators. Concern stems more from, I just want to know what we're actually spending in the long run.
Well,
so I'm assuming, will there be another resolution to that?
I would not assume another resolution, because the whole point of having this, the district has to stay within the budgeted amount for school supplies. But once we've approved the lowest responsible bidder, there's no need for us specifically to approve the purchase of a particular lot size of calculators.
But wouldn't it make sense, I think, to actually see then some sort of budget line from where this is coming out of?
Then you'd have.
I'd like to know, like, the department that this is coming from and what their specified budget is for the year, and have that listed here. So, because it just seems very open-ended to me, and just makes me uncomfortable.
Is it Tim from purchasing is the better person to talk to about the specifics there? But I mean, to do what you're asking for would require that all of the schools, 8th grade, 8 through 12, some of them will be your K-8 schools, that potentially would have to buy them, all put their requests in at by a specific deadline, and purchase them in one lump sum. And they, typically school supplies are allocated to each school. And then you have to reparse it out for all of the K-8s and high schools. So that's why we don't do it by resolution.
So I just want to add to the conversation that these are the things that we really should be re-examining given our financial situation, because there is no resolution that will come before us. And so we're approving them for $195,000 as the maximum bid, and they come in at 195 or they come in at 175. We don't know where that budget line item is coming from. And it goes back to the bigger scope of the conversation that we've allowed internally to move sums of money from budget line items to other budget line items without oversight of the board. And so again, that policy doesn't exist yet, but it is something that staff is actively researching other districts that have those type of policies to see how we can implement something. But if we are approving a bid, we should know what the final amount is, where it came from. And for me personally, I would definitely like to understand how they are going into the hands of students. Because again, this actual resolution in terms of bidding for calculators was one that was brought to the board a year ago. And so I'm wondering what happened to the calculators that were purchased for almost 190 last year. I don't know what happened to those. And I know that things break in schools and kids break them or they lose them. I get those things. And I'm also wondering how much dependency on a physical calculator versus an online calculator using the laptop and using online models of calculators, especially for older students, is really necessary in 2020. So I don't want to have this conversation too deep tonight, but I definitely want to uplift what you're saying, Commissioner Malloy, and say that certainly we can look at the finance policies that actually discuss the bidding process and how that process is handled both internally and at the board level to review it.
I certainly am not opposed to policy changes that allow us greater supervision of how money is being spent, but at a certain point, and I'm probably the last person many people would expect to hear say this, you have to have some understanding that your superintendent is going to manage that. And all these questions that we're asking that the board perform, if our superintendent doesn't have some kind of control over an allocation for graphic computers and can't report to the board or through as a result of information gathered from her chiefs and from the principals, as Commissioner Powell described, it's pretty, we've got all these different schools, not necessarily synchronized, and maybe they should be synchronized, but does it require that the board be engaged in the development of policy for this kind of superintendent should do this? Again, quite frequently, people say the board micromanages. I would think this would be on the verge of that. There's another way to do this to ensure that the computers are distributed appropriately and are brought back appropriately, and that is to hold the superintendent accountable. We for a purpose, and it would really be good to have Tim Smant here because I'm sure he could describe the whole process and why it makes sense to do it this way. But I think it would probably be similar to what Commissioner Powell said. And then what I would add to that is if there's problems in that process, we should hold the superintendent responsible. Plus, by the way, we also have the Auditor General's office, that if we thought we weren't getting satisfactory answers from the superintendent, we could have the Auditor General, this is what they've done in the past, do an audit of where and we have done that before with respect to equipment. Where has this particular equipment gone? And have they been lost? Have they been broken? Do they just not give them back? Are they not going to give them back because of COVID now? Who knows? So I don't know. My thought on this is that I too would like to hear from, I think it's Tim Smant. Is that how you pronounce it? And I'm reflecting on this. I'm also thinking, is this the appropriate? And I'm not trying to have an argument with anybody, but is this in trying to understand what's happening to these graphic computers? Should the solution be let's have the board monitor this by having these contracts and these resolutions come back to us? Or is the solution giving the superintendent the requisite flexibility in passing the resolution and then holding the superintendent accountable, either by the Auditor General or by just asking the superintendent questions? What are you doing with these graphic computers? How many that you gave out last year? We could ask them that. How many did you, Superintendent Myers, how many did you give out last year? And how many did you get back? So
I just want to clarify, I'm sorry, Commissioner Malloy, I just want to clarify that we are talking about graphic calculators and not computers.
Right.
But two, that also we are talking about what happens when we pass a very vague resolution, and this is nothing to this superintendent. She has walked into this system that has been operating this way for a number of years. So I do not want anyone to blame this administration or this superintendent. She has literally walked into this. I have walked into this, Commissioner Malloy, Commissioner Adams, Commissioner Shepard. We have walked into this system. This is how the system has operated for many of the individuals who have been in this district for a number of years, and it has not worked. It doesn't work. Has not worked for us financially, has not worked for us academically. It doesn't work. And so when we're talking about changes, they cannot just be a symbolic or a lip service to the change. There has to be systemic changes to this entire system. And one of the issues identified is that we are passing vague resolutions, and then we are not getting concrete dollar amounts at the end of what happens after the bidding process. So I am not advocating to change the bidding process. I think our bidding process follows the law and what we have to do in terms of the law with bidding and getting the lowest bidder and all of those things. I'm saying what happens when we get a resolution that shows the bid. The bid is a vague amount up to a dollar amount, but then as a board, we never understand what the final dollar amount is. Now, the additional piece that I added was that as one singular commissioner and the board can say, we don't care what happens to these calculators. I said I would be interested in understanding how students actually get their hands on these calculators, because this is a significant dollar amount. And I will keep repeating this, every single dollar, every one single dollar right now matters in this district because we don't have any money. So for me, having seen this exact similar resolution last year with an exact total large amount of money, while we are about to furlough and start laying off people, we really have to be mindful of what we're bidding on, what we agreed to, and what the final amount is. I'm not saying in between there, the board should be micromanaging the administration. I want to see the purchase. I want to see how you distribute them. I just want to understand how students get them. That's just one board member's request, but as a board, we absolutely should understand what happens after the bidding in terms of the dollar amount and where that money goes, who ends up getting, does it go into general funds? Does it go back into a department? Where is that money being pulled from? I think these are valid things that we should be exploring at this particular time, given our financial state.
hold on. I would ask the commissioners, if at all possible, get your hand on the stack by raising your hand on the participant list. It just keeps
my hand was.
I understand that, Commissioner Adams, and that's what I was trying to get to. You are next, and Commissioner Powell is after that. Now I see Commissioner Adams.
So I support Commissioner Malloy's inquiry because things ain't the same. First of all, things have changed. They got ridiculous cuts coming, and there's nothing that's automatic. We might not be able to even get the calculators. We might have to cut getting calculators. We have to leave that option on the table. That's what I'm saying, because things are out of control. From the state, from the feds, there's no telling what we might have to not approve. We can't. I don't think we should have anything that goes automatically through. I just don't. I just don't believe that in this time, in this day and age, with things as hectic as it is. Man, do you know how much we've already had to we've lost in this district towards that helps kids? I don't think there should be anything on the table in that amount that we don't even get to look at and just gets an approval. No, that's not micromanaging. That's just looking. I just want to look. And I don't think that's asking too much. I think we're obligated to look. And when we think about what's been going on in the district the past few years, the hole that we are in. Okay, with that, I'm clear.
Commissioner Powell and then Commissioner Malloy.
Okay, two things. First, on the question of where are the calculators going, I asked that question a month or two ago about, were calculators going to homes the same way that the Chromebooks were going to homes? And the answer was no, because there's an app on the Chromebooks that exactly mirrors the graphing calculators. I asked that question, and that's the answer I was given. Now, to the point of, do we really need to spend whatever the total dollar amount is? when the kids aren't in school, those calculators are not getting used. They are therefore not breaking. So it's entirely feasible that no one intends to replace any calculators this year because of COVID. We don't know that for a fact. But and on that basis, I would be supportive of cutting the maximum dollar amount in half or even more severely. But it's important that we extend a contract, because if we don't, we have no one that we can submit a purchase order to. The alternatives are, we have two choices. You put it out for bid all over again and potentially get another vendor at a cost, the cost of putting together an RFP and putting it out for bid, or we renew the existing relationship, which means locking in the existing price structure. I'm fine with the notion of amending the resolution to reduce the maximum amount set aside for that. But I think we have to have a contract in place. If Carl, what happens if we do not extend the contract, but we also don't have another vendor in the wings?
Well, what happens is exactly what you suggested. You go back out for bid.
Which could cost us months and dollars to do.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only way we get to purchase things that are of a given value. And this certainly, if we're talking about a $195,000 contract, clearly the general municipal law requires that it be bid. Unless, of course, you have an existing contract pursuant to lawful extensions.
As I say, I don't object to an amendment that would reduce the maximum dollar amount spent, which at least then we could amend that contract extension later on if we had to. But that dollar amount was arrived at based on historical rotating the replacement of calculators in the past, whether it was replacing 20% or 50%, I don't know. But clearly, if the calculators aren't being used, they're not going to be abused and damaged the way they have been in circumstances.
Okay. Dr. Jallo, were you raising your hand?
Yeah, I guess my concern is you keep mentioning the original amount or the total amount, and I don't see where that is. What is that amount? How does the board know tonight what that amount is? How does the board know tonight how much is the limit on this contract or on this renewal? Tonight, when the board looks at this document, how do they know that information? How do they know how many calculators are purchased with $35,000 or $71,000? So my point is, if you want to keep your process the same, so be it for now. But I'm saying this resolution still leaves more questions than answers. And to vote on a resolution where you have more questions than answers, I think puts you at risk.
But we're governed by our budget and the amount of money that's budgeted under school supplies and textbooks.
Do you know what that amount is?
It's distributed over all of the schools, is it not?
I don't know. And if you don't know, then how are you voting in good conscience? You don't know. There's just things you don't know about this money, where it's coming from, where it's going, how much it is.
So what would be the recommendation from the superintendent?
I'm sorry?
What would be the recommendation from the superintendent?
What I was just about to ask Dr. Morris is if we could go back and get some more specificity for the board. Would it hurt us to, because we could we table this and have it back up with more specificity on Tuesday?
I can provide more specificity on Tuesday. Just to at least give you this information, the need for the graphing calculators is a Regents examination requirement. Each school has its own budget for calculators and the purchases of them. So what we do at central office is we give them the vendor that we have contracted with to give them the lowest price, and they use their budgeted funds for that. So I can find out, first of all, what the budget is for each school for calculators by Tuesday. And we can also talk about the distribution path of the calculators. But that's the reason why they have to have actual physical calculators, because you must use physical calculators on the Regents examination, and they cannot use the calculator app that is provided through the Chromebook. So you must use a physical calculator, and they must have opportunity to work with the physical calculator and practice on that and do their work on that so that they're prepared for the exam. But by Tuesday, I will make sure that we know what the budgets are by building, and that we know what the distribution path is for them.
I think the other piece that I heard some commissioners say is the distribution process. Like, how do they, since we're in a remote environment, how does that quote unquote work?
Yes.
Okay.
I also heard people wanting to know what is the current status of the calculators that we already have.
What's our supply, basically?
What's our supply? So if you could have that information, that'd be helpful.
Absolutely.
So that's resolution 179. I assume that Commissioner Malloy, you're making a motion to table resolution 179 to September the 1st?
Yes, so moved. Motion to table.
Yeah. And is there a second for that, to that motion? Is that you, Commissioner LeBron? Yeah, that's been seconded. All those in favor of tabling resolution 179 to September the 1st, indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? So the ayes have it. The administration will bring us greater detail. And then perhaps there might be some additional recommendations in terms of policy or procedural changes. So we look forward to hearing from you, Deputy Superintendent, and from the Superintendent. All right. We have resolutions 180 through 181. All these resolutions have already been put up for discussion. Are there any other questions regarding resolutions 180 through 1?
Yes.
Commissioner LeBron, let's start with you.
For 181, I just wanted some clarification if we are just approving these vendors for supplies, and then if we're approving them for supplies, how will we know what supplies were purchased from these vendors and when?
Sure, Dr. Morris, if you come back on for that one.
Sorry. So the science equipment and the supplies, the process for supplies to replenish once again, and we've used this company before. So we want to, we have not used this company before. We wanted to work with this company to get these science equipment pieces for our classrooms.
There's a number of businesses listed here. Are you saying all of these are brand new businesses to the district that we're going to go into approving you guys to start doing business with them? But again, when will we know what purchases are made from these companies and the amount that is being purchased there?
I would, once again, if we can table this one, I can also get more information about that one.
Yeah, can I add something? Just the concern that I had as well.
Go ahead, Commissioner Malloy.
That's similar to what Commissioner LeBron has brought up. I would like, in any type of resolution where we're purchasing anything, I'd like to see specific, and this isn't micromanaging, this is just knowing what we're spending our money on. I'd like to see what we're spending with each of these vendors, as well as then listing what we're purchasing and where these items are going to be going in the district. I don't think that that's micromanagement. I think that's just having a better understanding of what we're spending and where it's going.
Thank you, Commissioner. So the question is, if what purchases we're going to make with this. So remember, we're providing these as the path to purchase certain things. For example, if you needed a microscope, you would go through group number 6. And so what we would do is at each building, they're going to have their budget for microscope purchase. And we would direct them to go to line number 6 and use that vendor to purchase the microscopes. So we don't have the purchases yet. Each one of the buildings would have an identified line, and they would have an identified amount of budget for the year for that particular type of supply. So that's why I was saying by Tuesday, I could get you guys how much they have budgeted for science expenditures across the buildings. However, for this particular resolution, it's so that we can contract with these companies that if someone needs to buy another microscope or they need to buy replenishment chemistry supplies or reagents, they know where to go. And we've contracted with this particular company to provide them a discount on the supplies. So if you see group number 1, it says 15% of a discount. So they would get a 15% discount if they needed to get a replenishment of their reagents by using that particular vendor to provide that supply replenishment. But once again, I can provide on Tuesday the list of the amount that they have budgeted for each one of the supplies.
Okay. I think I just want to point the concern I have. I appreciate all of that. I just am wondering about processes across the district and when we're finding out what are the supplies that we need when in each of our classrooms. So I realize that RCSD is vastly larger than the district where I work. But in my department, we have an understanding. We tell our department liaisons what it is that we need at the end of a given year, and we can ask for things. But there are due dates for when we need to tell them what we need. So if I need a map for my classroom as a social studies teacher, I have until a specific date, well before the end of the year, like we're talking like May or so, what I think I might need for my classroom. It's not a guarantee I'm going to get that, but I can tell people what it is I think that I need. So my concern, I guess, is that do we know what we need for all of our classrooms across the district and each of our schools before the end of a given school year so that we know what we need to purchase for the coming year? I think one of my concerns here is that this seems very late, and maybe it's COVID related, so forgive me. But it just seems like we should know what we need to purchase in advance before we make some of these agreements. And I'm new, so perhaps with the bidding process, et cetera, or the contracts that need to be, I don't know. It just feels weird to vote on something without knowing how many microscopes that we need, how many schools those are going to be distributed to, and what the final cost is.
I think there's a couple of things going on here. One, we need to, and we've been talking about this, so we need to just get to it and clarify the resolution so it's clear and it's not ambiguous. Because these are, in some instances, we're approving to go working with to solicit a certain contractor or vendor. So that's one thing. The second part to this is that we need to make sure that it's clear what our internal processes, like you said, Commissioner Beloy, how do we divvy up, or what's that internal process of when do we look at this? How do we determine, is it an automatic approval, or is it we'll see, or is it prioritized? How does that happen? So we need to look at that. But what you are suggesting really is zero-based budgeting, which we don't do right now. So that's yet another conversation that we need to have. So they're different buckets. But the first thing is to clear up the ambiguity relative to the resolutions. We can look at that, and we need to get going on that. We have talked about that. So that's one. The second piece, again, is to get procedure and how we prioritize. And then the third piece is zero-based budgeting, which is a lot longer conversation, but what we can look at, if that makes sense.
It does. Thank you.
I see Commissioner Shepherd has raised her hand.
Yeah, I just want to say, I don't think that this particular resolution can be tabled unless you guys are going to change the contract dates. It says it's for September 1st. and the meeting doesn't happen until the end of the day. So that's one. The second thing is I think it can be voted on today, because of my understanding is that the resolution is just authorizing the district to say, oh, you can go shop at this place or go shop at that place. It's not authorizing any, monetary value other than the $75,000 that gets spread over all of the schools. I see that in the certified budget line. So I mean, the answers will be good on Tuesday, but I don't think that they're necessary in order to vote on this. So I just offer that up. I would be willing to vote on it tonight to support, to say that these are the vendors you guys have decided you wanted us to use, and these are the discounts they get, and then have that same follow-up information on Tuesday.
Anybody else want to be heard? Let me see. Check the. Oh, I see. Dr. Jallo.
You're muted.
Dr. Jallo.
So are you saying on this resolution, they have $75,000 to purchase these materials?
Across the district, yes.
So across the district, they have $75,000 for every school to get what they need off of this list.
Correct. Pre-K to 12, including
So
AP.
it's not the school's budget, it's whose budget?
So it's $75 overall allocated to be spent on science equipment and supplies, but distributed across the district to every school. So a pre-K may need particular pre-K manipulatives for science, then that would draw upon the allocation that they receive at their building from the $75,000.
Okay.
Can I just
It seems like very little, but okay. I also have a question about the resolution before that one. If someone could just explain that one. Because
Which number?
What's the one before it?
180.
180. Because that's a large sum of money. And I'm just asking for someone to explain that, especially since we've reduced pre-K classes.
I'm just reading because of. So that would be Dr. Morris as well, or Dr. Hooper.
Am I to understand the initial year was 2017-18, and the total contract was for $952,000?
Correct.
And now you've extended it, the first extension, you've added another $843,000 on?
That's not how much the contract was for. That was the total expenditure for the year.
For the whole year.
For the 18-19 year.
At the board's request, some years back, we asked, since these contracts and extensions don't have a dollar specific, we asked to see the expenditures over the last 3 years. The total.
Okay, so how does the board know tonight? I got that because I get it. For this year, for the 2021 school year, what is the board supposed to understand by this resolution for the 2021 school year?
All it is the assignment of a particular class of goods be purchased through this vendor. That's the sum and substance of the resolution. It doesn't say that the district has to spend that much money. It doesn't say that the district will spend that much money. It just says that based on past budget allocations, the district has spent this much in this line to this vendor in the past.
Wouldn't the board member want to know?
Can I finish?
Yeah.
So what happens is, let's say that a particular high school, they know that they need to keep a certain number of chemical agents and reagents. They're going to go through a certain amount every single year,
And that's what they spend every single year. And so there's some, say in that example that there's some predictability to it. But let's say that, and this gets to.
So let me interrupt you. I understand all that. I just want to know, how does the board know how much they could spend each year?
Wait, ladies and gentlemen, really have to let each other finish. But Dr. Jallo,
Yes.
you gotta let her finish. Just let her finish, and then you can respond. Go ahead, Commissioner Powell, please finish.
So what I wanted to say was getting to Commissioner Malloy's point about needing deadlines in which to fulfill, to stock the classroom for the upcoming school year. In the case of chemical agents, reagents, that's real easy, right? You know how much you spent last year. You know that the labs are going to require the same amount in the next year, so you put in your order. But what happens in the middle of the school year when a microscope breaks and you only had enough microscopes for the class, with doubling up in teams for the classroom, you had only just enough. Then you've got to go ahead and make that purchase in the middle of the year to replace a broken microscope, right? And that's where the variability comes in. I don't see people ordering microscopes and then walking them out the back door and selling them on the black market if that's what the concern is.
No, that's not the concern. My concern is the evening of August 27th. You have no idea how much money could be spent on these vendors for this year. There's no limit. There's no limit specified on this document. There's no dollar amount specified. It's totally driven by things that could happen. You have no idea until after the fact how much money could be spent on all these vendors listed on this resolution. And so that's all I'm questioning. I understand that things happen and so forth. So I get all that. I understand that this is just, I understand that. I just want to know how much is too much? What's the range? What's the limit? What's the amount of money that could be spent so that you don't sit here next year and it's $1.5 million, or you don't know. How is there a range? Is there a limit? Is there a dollar amount somewhere?
I see a lot of hands being raised. Mine is on there too, but I'll begin with Commissioner Malloy, and then Commissioner Powell, you had your hand raised. I assume that's an old one. And then Commissioner LeBron, and then Commissioner Adams. So
it's not old.
Oh, okay. So let's begin with Commissioner Malloy.
Thanks.
Commissioner Malloy.
So just related to 181 or 181 as well as 180, well, specifically to 180, I know that this is a universal pre-K grant, but then are we still eligible in terms of purchasing power when we're under remote learning? Because we were already cutting, all of our paraprofessionals for the pre-K program because the grant wasn't approved because we didn't meet the requirements of the grant in a remote learning setting. So my concern is, are we still eligible for this particular grant and to spend that amount of money on items? Because that's a lot of money. And I similar to what Dr. Jallo has said, I'd like to see just what we expect to spend, what our anticipated needs are, and then how we're going to go about paying for those needs.
Commissioner Malloy, I'll ask that Dr. Hooper respond to that, please, and thank you.
Thank you.
It's good to be able to answer this for you because I've been questioned about this many years in a row, so I've often spoken to it. It's my understanding from our purchasing department that dollar amount is what we could spend up to or would, have an agreement with those vendors. It doesn't mean we have to spend that amount of money, and I wouldn't plan on spending that amount of money. But we are purchasing supplies to create take-home learning kits for hands-on learning for our pre-K students because they need that hands-on experience in addition to the virtual. Their learning can't all be virtual at this age group. So we're putting kits together for them to have hands-on learning. And we are, going to be purchasing some materials, but it wouldn't be anywhere near that dollar amount. We put an order together. It's basic stuff: crayons, scissors, paper, glue sticks, things like that would allow children to do their lessons at home and have the resources. Because we know oftentimes some families may not have all of those things at home in order to do those learning projects and hands-on learning. And we're also using materials that we already have to supplement this, things that were bought last year that we weren't able to distribute. So that's why I say we wouldn't be spending anywhere near that dollar amount, but it is an important part of the children's learning at this age group to have those kinds of materials at home and be able to engage in that kind of activity.
And I completely agree with everything that you've said.
Commissioner Malloy, please, just out of sense of order, there's a stack here. If you want to raise your hand, and there's quite a few people ahead of you. And I know sometimes we want to be responsive to what people are saying, but just so that we maintain some semblance of order, if you could just please.
This was my question, Dan. This was my question.
I understand that, Commissioner Malloy, but we all ask questions, and what we have done is we've gone by the stack. So let's continue to do that. I see, and I'm taking the stack by how the computer is telling me people have raised their hand. Commissioner Powell.
That makes no sense, because then it's going to break up the conversation.
Listen,
question.
Listen, I'm going to go by the stack. That's what we've always done, and that's what we're going to continue to do. Commissioner Powell, go ahead.
I just want to suggest, based on the questions that Dr. Jallo has raised and that some of my colleagues are raising about these contracts, that we do a finance PD and professional development for the board on what the controls are, what the process is for schools to order supplies, and how the budget is maintained given the decentralized ordering process. Because I know how it works. When an invoice is, when an order is put in, the funds are encumbered, and that subtracts from the amount of money that was budgeted for those expenditures, and that leaves less for the next school, and so on and so forth. But I think it would be appropriate, since we have in the past talked about professional development specifically around financial issues, that perhaps someone could do a presentation for the board on how these open-ended contracts are fulfilled, and how the budget is monitored, and how we stay within those budgets. Because all you have to do is look at our past financials reports to see that we don't overspend in the area of equipment and supplies for the classroom. The system works, and I think maybe we just need PD to remind ourselves how it is the system works.
So am I next? I can't hear you, Van.
You're muted, Van.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the participant list, and I'm on my cell phone because, I got cut off. Commissioner LeBron, yep, you're definitely next.
Okay, so I just want to address the PD first. So the PD piece, the Finance Committee will be presenting an actual PD that's already been scheduled, and we're working with administration on the date. Certainly, I think what this conversation has highlighted is that the system does not work, and our deficit has highlighted that the system we currently have doesn't work for this district and this community and this school district. So I don't want to have a whole PD now on systems that we have identified that absolutely need to be changed and modified. And we want to talk about controls. Not having proper controls is part of the reason why we have a deficit in our budget again. there are issues with how we manage finances internally, and that is a systemic issue that this board has to address. In regards to resolutions 179, 180, and 181, tonight I will not be voting on these resolutions, and I don't know what the implications are, but part of changing the system absolutely has to include these bidding processes and then how we are notified. And these things continuously come up, and we're continuously here. We're going to continue to be here until the system is changed. The other piece I do want to add, and Van, I have to tell you, I find it very offensive how you communicate to the women on this board, the women of the staff. And I just want to put that on the record. It is condescending, and I don't know whether you do it intentionally or recognize it, but I will be calling it out.
Very well. Mr. Adams, Commissioner Adams.
So now I just want to say there's a lot of tension in the air. Maybe people are trying to be in a hurry to get out of the meeting. I'm the one that got to be at work, and I ain't in no hurry. These kids is important here. There's no micromanaging going on. We got somebody that we pay to micromanage. We pay Dr. Jallo to micromanage us in the whole district. That's what's her job, and we paying her good money to micromanage. So that's where the micromanaging is going on. And if we don't take a look, she's gonna be micromanaging and reporting us that we're not doing our job, and then that's gonna snowball into something else. Somebody else gonna come in here and take over. So yes, we're doing some inquiring, and maybe it's making some people uncomfortable, but I'm sorry, this is what we're doing. This is our job. If we don't know, we should not pretend like we do know. We're asking. Me and Commissioner Malloy, we got less than like 6 months on the job. So we're gonna always be asking a lot of questions, at least for 6 more months. With that, I'm clear.
Commissioner Malloy, you were trying to say something earlier on. Did you wanna, I don't see you haven't raised your hand, but did you wanna say something now?
I've actually forgotten what I was going to say, Dan. Sorry.
I delayed making my comment. I'd raised my hand. Actually, I took my hand down, but I want to say I'm not opposed to, and anybody who knows my work knows I'm not opposed to looking at how the district spends money, how the district graduates its kids or doesn't graduate its kids, how the district supports children who are ELLs, don't support children who need support in passing or getting proficiency rating and ELA scores. I have no problem with supervising. And I have probably been criticized more than most for my desire from the moment I got on the board to really look and add scrutiny. So I don't, if anybody's thinking that I don't support the board doing its job, you need merely look at the Democrat and Chronicle editorials, the city newspaper editorials. I've been frequently accused of micromanaging, being on the steering wheel when I shouldn't be, being in somebody's lane when I shouldn't be. So I get what you all are talking about. I only raised the issue because I do think that there are some levels where we don't have to create new policy, but we should continue to supervise. So I never said we shouldn't. As a matter of fact, I said perhaps we should have the Auditor General look at this. Perhaps we should ask questions during board meetings. Certainly ask questions during board meetings. No one is saying, I have never said we should not look at this issue. I just said that I think how we choose to do it is important. And the questions that have been asked today are great questions. We could do it at board meetings. We can do it through our Auditor General. But I don't want anybody to walk away here thinking that I don't think it's a proper role of the board to look at what the superintendents are doing. You all don't forget, I had a superintendent file a suit largely because of the position that I took, a suit against the district, the Board of Education, saying that we were getting in the superintendent's lane. So you're preaching to the choir if you're saying to me, Van, we have the right to do this. I support that. I've been vilified for doing that, and I support your inquiry. It's just a matter of how we do it. Do we need to have, and maybe we do, or do we just need to say to the superintendent, what are you doing with those graphic calculators? The other thing that I thought when I'm listening to this conversation about the calculators is I do think it's legitimate to say hey, what happens if we fail to monitor what's going on with the graphic calculators? I think that's a fair inquiry. But the question is going to become, as Commissioner Powell said, what happens when they have a need? So how do you reconcile those two things? We can't literally, maybe this is the spirit in which I was thinking about micromanagement. We can't literally be there to know when a particular school is going to need it, when it's not. But that doesn't mean, no, that's not a legitimate area of inquiry. And maybe we should say to the superintendent, develop a regulation about, as Commissioner Malloy said, how soon or how early or how late into the school year you have to predict what you will need for the following school year. That's what I'm thinking might be the compromise here. And so I'm not opposed to the inquiry. I'm not opposed to people talking about solutions, but I just want to be cognizant of the fact that there's some areas of inquiry that we don't have to have a policy for. We can really say to our superintendent, get it together. By way of example, what Commissioner Malloy said, you need to tell your chiefs and they need to tell their principals that by this time in May, they need to tell us how many graphic calculators they're going to need for the following school year. So having said that, and then to Commissioner Malloy, because I know someone suggested I'm sexist or I talk down to women. Commissioner Malloy, I have said to you what I've said to every board member. Listen, if we have to go by the stack, sometimes we don't, but sometimes we do, because if every time a person brought up an issue, they could command the floor, right? So I try to be flexible, but it's a difficult job, but I try to be flexible and I try to, when possible, go by the stack. But I don't think this is the appropriate place, but if someone wants to call me a sexist or misogynistic or whatever, I don't think that advances the cause of education in the slightest. But I do respect each of you all, and there's no lens in my eye that says, oh, because you're a woman, I'm not going to respect you. That's just not me. And anybody who knows me knows that's the case. And Commissioner LeBron, you repeatedly make general allegations against people in a public setting. And I just think that's inappropriate.
It is not a general allegation. Not only did you do it to Amy, you did it to Dr. Jallo, and I've seen you do it to our staff, to myself, to other members of this board, to the previous superintendent. I didn't even like her, and I've seen you do it to her. This is 2.5 years of witnessing how you communicate to women, in particular in the district, Van. And yes, you need to be called out for it because you're not going to change your ways. Now, some of them will tolerate it because they're allies with you. So be it. I'm not going to tolerate it. And Commissioner Malloy, you know, she and I don't even get along that well. We are not there yet. However, she did have the floor, just like you have the floor and you dominating and talking on and on and on. This is what you do. But when other people do it, then you want to control it. It's nonsense, man. It's nonsense.
I waited for my turn.
Called out for it.
I waited for my turn. And if you don't know the conversations that Dr. Jallo and I have had, and if you think what I said to her today, which was to say, wait and allow Commissioner Powell to finish. If you think that's any different than what I've said to you or to other people, I don't know what Board of Education meetings you've been at. I have repeatedly said to a variety of people, including people who work for the superintendent, males and females. Carl, I've said even to Carl, let them finish. I've said to Steve, I've said to a number of people, please let the person who has the floor finish. That is not something unique that I've said to Dr. Jallo because she's a woman or for whatever reason you're alleging. But let's get back to the business of the students and families of this district. Are there any, it seems to me, and I can be corrected on this, but it seems to me that resolutions 179, 180, and 181, and someone tell me if I'm wrong on this, it might be better to table them for the purpose of having our superintendent describe for us how she wants to handle these kinds of issues that have been raised by you all. Is there any objection to someone making a motion to table so that she comes back and Dr. Myers, you could of course have raised an objection to this. I'm proposing that based on what I've heard a variety of people say with respect to resolution 179 to 181, that maybe it might be best to wait until Tuesday to hear a variety of things, including how we address this from a process perspective. Do we address it by creating a policy? Do we address it by having our Auditor General? So does anybody, and I'm speaking to you as well, Dr. Myers, someone making a motion to table so that these three resolutions can come back to us and maybe there'll be some clarity about process and content.
Motion to
President
table.
White.
I think I heard Commissioner Malloy make a motion to table.
Oh,
Is there
I did want to
second?
object. I thought that Dr. Smalls was gonna say something first.
Oh, I
But
didn't see.
motion is-
I apologize. I'm working from my cell phone because earlier on my laptop went bad. Dr. Myers, were you going to say something?
I was. Thank you, President White. We
Sure.
certainly have been taking notes. We'll come back on Tuesday. I don't think it's going to hurt us to wait until Tuesday. I thought I heard Deputy Superintendent Morris say that it wouldn't be an issue. I'd rather have clarity here for us to move forward and not there be any ambiguity. So I'm more than amenable, and so is my team, to put the information together. And as long as it's clear, we'll get it to you, and then we can, you all can have an informed vote when you vote on Tuesday, the first.
So that's a motion to table. I think I heard Commissioner LeBron. I thought I heard you. Oh, it was Commissioner
President
Malloy.
White.
I'm sorry. It was Commissioner Malloy made the motion to table. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
President White, I have to interrupt for one moment, please.
Yes, ma'am.
179 has already been tabled, so you are only tabling 180
right.
and 181.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Malloy, I'm sure you won't oppose to changing your motion to tabling resolutions 180 to 181.
Yes, that's right.
And I think I heard a second. I think I heard Commissioner LeBron second that. Is that right, Commissioner LeBron?
Yes.
All right. So a motion to table goes directly to a vote. All those in favor of tabling resolutions 180 to 181 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? All right. So Superintendent Myers, you have you and your deputy superintendent have a pretty broad agenda, but you've heard all the questions, the comments. I'm sure that on the first, that is Tuesday, you'll provide the requisite information that folks have rightly sought tonight. All right. All right. Let's discuss. I need a motion to discuss resolutions 182 through 187. Those are consecutive resolutions, final payment resolutions. Commissioner LeBron just made the motion, I think. Did I hear you say that?
I made the motion.
Is there a second to that motion made by Commissioner LeBron?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams.
President White.
Yes, ma'am.
There is a correction to make on resolution 185 in the second whereas. There is an incorrect name. It should reflect Faraulio and not Concord Electric Corporation.
Everybody got that? And Carl, that's appropriate for her to make that change before the vote, right? Just a written resolution, but, or do we have to formally amend it, Carl?
Has it been moved?
Yes.
Yeah, it has.
If it's been moved, then it needs to be amended.
It needs to be
I'll
amended.
make a motion to amend it.
All right.
Correct.
It's been moved by Commissioner LeBron, seconded by Commissioner Powell. All those in favor of the described amendment, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, seems like the ayes have it. Let's go back to then resolutions 182 through 187. Any questions or comments regarding those final payment resolutions?
Yes, President White, I do
Yes,
have
ma'am.
it.
Go ahead, Vice President Elliott or Commissioner Shepard. I didn't see, again, let me repeat, Commissioner Shepard, you weren't here, but both Vice President Elliott and I's computers went on the fritz, and I'm working off my cell phone. So whoever wants to go first is fine.
My question is in regards to Resolution 183, where I think it's only 4% was awarded to MWBE contractor. And I just want to I haven't talked about these contracts in a while that has the MWBE award. And I want to make sure, so I want to have that addressed out of a almost $400,000 contract that the award to an MWBE contractor is only 4%. So I'd like to have some conversation on that. And then I want to make sure that I have on the table that we are indeed contracting with African American and Hispanic vendors. I haven't had that conversation in a while. I'd like to see, who these MWBE awards are going to. Are we still ensuring that African American and Hispanic companies are receiving the appropriate amount of these contracts, and that it's not only women who are receiving these contracts, to make it appear that we have met the goals for our MWBE contracts or awards. So this is resolution 183, I believe it is. Yeah, 183.
Vice President Elliott, I can note that in the question log and we can get the administration to respond to that.
Okay.
Are you okay
but
with
can
that?
they respond? Can they respond now about the 4%? Why this, or do I need to wait to put that in the question log also?
I can provide you a real quick answer and then provide additional detail on the question log.
Okay.
Much of this was actually mechanical related, so it was not actually personnel related for much of this contract. But to your further question, yes, we've been following, in a sense, all the guidelines in regards to our MWBE requirements, and to note certainly our women-owned businesses have in the past had, I don't want, not an advantage per se, but they are certainly more prevalent than some of the other in other areas. So I can provide you a breakdown of that in the question. But this one was mainly parts and so forth. But it is atypically low for our other contracts that have gone out for other projects.
All right, thank you.
You're very welcome.
You're muted, Van.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Again, I'm going back and forth. Commissioner Shepard, I saw your hand raised when I was on my other screen.
Yeah, so I've repeatedly been voting no on change orders. And I'm hoping that a process can be developed. I guess it will go through the audit committee or through the superintendent that would cover how change orders occur. We do get them frequently, but it makes me nervous because when bids go in, and then I know that Mr. Smith has talked continuously about when you go in, there's sometimes more work that you have to do. But the process is not secure for me in regards to how often it happens and where we're at with the budget and all of that. So for change orders, I would like to see no change orders, but definitely a better process than them just coming in and then saying the work was different, and then we paid them more than what they came in on the bid.
More than a fair question. Actually, the Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Pierce, and I are going to be meeting with my team next week to come up with hopefully a process that provides more transparency on the front end. You receive a quarterly change order report, certainly, and the change orders that we service are 99% of them are discovered conditions and those type of things that come up. We very rarely have any discretionary change orders because all the work is maintenance and such. But and there's also a contingency that's been in place for every project for the past 15 years that allows us to not go over the actual amount that we budgeted for those particular projects. But to your point, you try to limit these as much as possible, and if to provide you a level of assurance, I think it would be appropriate for us to come back and revisit this. The one thing that we had suggested is possibly coming back and presenting to a committee of the whole later in the fall to kind of walk through the process, and maybe between all of us we can point out some areas where the board may want to see something a little bit earlier than they normally do, which would therefore provide you a level of transparency on the front end. The main challenge we have with the last audit, the main challenge we have with most of these is because the window of work is so tight. We only have July and August to complete most of these related projects. that there's a balance between making a decision in the field so that you don't pull contractors off or have unnecessary delays in a project, to what your point is, by having too many change orders on a particular job. So I think we need to find that spot and provide a level of assurance for the board that's transparent.
Any other questions or comments regarding resolutions 182 through 187? Screen. Yes, Commissioner Shepherd.
That's an old hand.
Oh, it's an old hand. Okay. All right. No other old or new hands on the participant list. So we're going to go ahead and take a vote on resolutions 182 to 187. All those in favor of resolutions 182 to 187 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All
No,
right.
for me.
The nays, did you say no, Commissioner Shepherd?
Yeah.
All right. Madam Clerk, you recorded those votes?
Yes, President White, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, let's do, give me a motion to discuss resolution 195, authorization to enter agreement. Is there a motion?
A motion.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Any questions or comments regarding resolution 195? Switch to my other screen. I'm sorry.
I did have a question about what this is.
I'm gonna begin with Commissioner Malloy.
Wait, Dan, you just told Natalie, you just called Vice President Elliott and Shepherd out of order because you wasn't looking at the stacks, even though you told Amy there was an order in stacks, and now you're going back to stacks. So I need you to be consistent on how you're calling people.
Commissioner
Are you
Malloy,
using the hands or are you not?
Commissioner LeBron, please.
That's all I want to know. Are you using it or not? You just told Commissioner Shepherd had her hand up first at the last round of conversation.
Commissioner LeBron,
and you did not call on her first. So I'm just trying to understand
Commissioner LeBron, if you want to understand, let me respond.
Okay, go ahead.
You've heard me say on several occasions that and I think it happened to Commissioner Vice President Elliott, our laptop went down. My laptop went down, which prevents me from seeing you all on the screen and the participant list. So I have to use my phone and I have to switch from one screen to the other. So it's not perfect. I'm doing my best and I will continue to do my best. And I'm not trying to slight you, but who I see on the list. And we all know that we're supposed to try as best we can to put our name on the list. I see Commissioner Malloy's name on the list. If you don't raise your hand, I will call on you afterwards, but I see her name. So this is not personal. And if it's imperfect, you didn't
see her hand. You just let someone else go before her.
If it's imperfect, Commissioner LeBron, I apologize. I, like many people in this room and throughout this community, are doing our best
I just want you to be
serve the community.
With whatever method you're choosing to call people. I just want you to be consistent about it.
Commissioner LeBron, I think you're using this moment to do something totally different. You have a different narrative.
I just witnessed it. I just witnessed you call someone.
I tell you what, why don't you allow me to be as consistent as I possibly can by calling on Commissioner.
I just want you to be consistent.
Well, just let me do that, Commissioner LeBron, and stop repeatedly interrupting Commissioner Malloy. And then I see you have raised your hand, Commissioner LeBron. Commissioner Malloy?
My question on resolution 195. I was just wondering if perhaps Mr. Schmidt can enlighten me here. Do we need to renew a parking lease if we're all in a remote learning environment? Do we still need this lease?
So we're going to hang on to the parking leases, obviously, for two reasons. One, with the idea we may come back to school, we would need these parking lots available for our teachers. Where we have them, we don't have enough parking on the actual school campus. And the other is we are anticipating quite a few teachers attending and working from their classrooms in the virtual environment. So the parking will be necessary in those particular areas. We don't have a lot of parking lot leases, but we do have a couple in this, and this is one of those in that situation.
Thank you.
So my question, Mike, it was similar to Commissioner Malloy's, but more along the lines of a prorated amount. So just doing some general calculations, I factored it at 10 months, and for the 34 spots at $49 per spot is what we're essentially paying for per month per parking spot. So why we wouldn't be able to have a prorated amount, but then you just answered Commissioner Malloy just saying that some teachers are going to be working from the building, but it was my understanding that the majority of our teaching staff were going to be allowed to work from home and teach from home.
Yeah. I didn't mean to misspeak, Commissioner. We want to be prepared if people are coming to work from the building that we have the appropriate place for them to park. I'm not making any comment on the requirement of teachers or what their actions will be. It's more to have the lot with the anticipation that people will be in the building. So I didn't mean to misrepresent that.
Okay, I just want to be clear. But then also realizing it for at least 2 months, why we couldn't renegotiate that for a prorated amount.
I would absolutely think we would. If we make a, if our status changes dramatically between in this first 10 weeks where we choose to be out longer or whatnot, then I think it would be appropriate to revisit these. Like, as I said, we only have a couple of parking lots that we lease, but that would be actually something we should certainly pursue. We're kind of holding tight right now to see what how things go for the first few weeks here, and then, but certainly need to revisit that if that comes. And that's actually on our radar with those particular landlords who own those lots.
Okay, I just add, Mike, I'm torn because I understand the need for parking, but I also know that we're going remote and that we're also furloughing people. And again, looking at potentially 20% cuts to every school. And this for me is one of those things where I would much rather have actual people than parking spaces. And I know that that would impact the people that are working and do come into work and drive and trying to find parking. But I would imagine that they would want to also support their colleagues in having positions over parking spots. So I'm very conflicted on this one.
And I am as well. I'm struggling with it too. It's really what it comes down to is if you don't have enough parking spots on site for the staff as it stands today. Now that could also change, Commissioner, that if we have a reduction in staff at a particular building where the parking requirements become less, that's actually another reason to revisit a parking lease as well. So I think there's a couple of areas where we can enter into this and go back to these landlords, so we're in full agreement, and we're struggling with it as well. If we come back, November 20th, we're going to need all the parking spots and whatever we would utilize over the next 2 months. If teachers are volunteering to come in and want to work, then we would need to be able to have that lot accessible for this particular school. So I'm struggling with that one as well. And there's some later resolutions that certainly I can certainly empathize with more specifically. What I could
go ahead, Michael.
I'm sorry, President. What I could suggest is we certainly could table this resolution, and we can go back and revisit this with the landlord and bring those concerns back and see if I would like to go table it longer than just Tuesday. Maybe there's a couple of committee of the whole meetings in September. Work with the superintendent and come back with a date that's a couple of weeks from now and see. So I'll go back and revisit that one with my team and see where we stand, because it's a valid question and we need to make sure we answer it more fully.
Superintendent Myers?
That's what I was just going to say. If we could go back and take a look at it, because I'm assuming that 34 spaces don't match the total number of staff that are in that building. So we're not going to certainly maximize those spaces out. So even if we had teachers or other staff coming in, we probably don't need this. So we should be able to renegotiate this. So we're putting some things back on September 1st. I'd want a little more time to do this.
Agreed.
All right, so that's got to translate into a board member making a motion. Commissioner LeBron, do you want to do that since you've been
for a later date? And the date, September 15th is the next finance meeting if you want to bring it up there.
So
that would be fair.
That's your motion, which is to table the motion resolution 195. until
Yes,
September the
until September
15th
15th.
for the purposes of renewal of this conversation. I think I heard Commissioner Malloy second that motion. The motion to table goes directly to a vote. So all those in favor of tabling resolution 195 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Seems like the ayes have it, Madam Clerk. Now, Dr. Myers, these tabled resolutions are piling up. I assume between you and the clerk, you guys are keeping track. So, and the return dates for these. So, and of course, when they come back, you'll be prepared to provide the extra information that the board has asked. So, all right, we are now, yes.
Excuse me. So Mike, do you mind if there are other ones that are similar to that to save time? Can you put those resolution numbers forward and then we don't have to go through? We can know which ones very specifically need to be tabled? Because you said there's other ones. Are they on here? Because I don't remember.
No, this is the only one from this.
Okay. All right, great.
The ones I tabled to the September because we have service contracts then as well, and we can in a group. So
Great,
they've
thank
been
you.
pulled and tabled.
Thank you. Thanks,
All right.
President.
Sure. I just want to make sure we're keeping track of all these. I know our clerk probably is, but see quite a few that we have to make sure get revisited. All right. We're on resolution 198. It's also an authorization to enter into an agreement. Is there a motion to discuss resolution 198?
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Is there a second?
Seconded.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. I think I heard her first. Any questions or comments regarding resolution 198?
198.
198. Yep, that's what we're on.
Yep. Well, I'm going to be voting no on it, but I'm going to pull it up because I went through my resolutions earlier. So I was just kind of unsure around the educational testing services and what this is and why we're paying for this. And then it says approximately 30 school staff improve academic outcomes for students at $80,000 for the total sum. Just trying to understand, and also understanding that I have some very strong feelings around consultants and have had concerns and very strong negative feelings around consultants and the work that they're doing in the district. And how do we prove the actual outcomes of these consultants that we're hiring them? So I don't know if there's any answers to it, but I've already determined for myself that I will be voting no on this one. But
Dr. Morris.
Dr. Peluso, do you have an answer for this one?
I do. The Institute for Student Achievement is the organization that is the SIG partner for the Student Improvement Grant at Franklin, upper and lower. In order to receive the grant, we have to have an educational partnership. I will tell you, over the last 3 years of the grant, we've recognized the consultant's role in it, and we've gone from $200,000 to $180,000 to this year to be $80,000. So it's to support both Franklin and upper with instruction, culture, and data gathering. But it is part of the SIG grant. We have to have an educational partner.
Any other questions regarding resolution 198? Commissioner Malloy.
Thanks. I'm just wondering, I have several questions that's related to 198, and just the same question applies, I think, to the other resolutions that I'm seeing here as well. I'm just wondering how we're going to accomplish this remotely, and what that's going to look like.
Carmine, please and thank you.
Absolutely. So from the Institute for Student Achievement, they are meeting virtually with the leadership team off of last year's grant, and are continuing that work virtually through Zoom meetings, participating in school-based planning teams, meeting with principals. So they're doing the work virtually.
Any other questions regarding resolution 198?
Yep.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Powell.
So follow-up question for Carmen or someone from finance. Suppose hypothetically that this resolution failed and we thereby fail to meet the terms of the grant, does that jeopardize the entire grant? Would we fail to get funding for in areas that we've otherwise spent on the grant?
So once again, if we don't allocate the funds as we've sent to the state, we'd have to put in an FS10 and ask them for approval. But once again, one of the stipulations to this grant is to have an educational partner. So we would have to find an educational partner. And the Institute for Student Achievement has worked with the Franklin campus for the last 3 years.
Follow-up question?
Sure.
This is the partner that was identified in the grant application. So it's not as easy as just find another partner, right? I mean, this is the partner that was approved with the grant.
That is correct.
Thank you.
You're muted, Van.
Thank you, Ricardo. Again, I'm going back and forth. And by the way, I think what happens is the program mutes people automatically. So you get muted and you don't even know it. So Superintendent Myers, I think you had to raise your hand.
Sure, I did. I just wanted to go back to what Commissioner Powell said, because this is one that I was looking at when I worked at the State Education Department. So we need to, as Carmine said, we'd have to fill out the FS10, but we need to find something to fulfill this because it is the grant. So if it is not approved, then we would have to, quote unquote, go back to the drawing board and figure out how to use these funds that I would not want to lose.
Any other questions or comments on Resolution 198? I don't see any and I don't hear any. So why don't we go ahead and take a vote? All those in favor of Resolution 198 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? Any opposition?
Nay.
All right, seems like the ayes have it. Next, I need a motion to discuss resolutions 200 to 201. Is there a motion?
A motion.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Is there a second? Is that you, Commissioner Malloy?
Yes.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments regarding resolutions 200 through 201?
Yep, I raised my hand in the stack.
Yep, I see it. Go ahead.
For number 200, I just had questions. This is it looks like a resolution to go into another consulting type of contract for grant evaluations. So as many of you know, I had a very big issue during our budget process last year or last school year, which was still this year. Primarily because one of the areas where the previous administration and the previous superintendent, and while we were cutting staff, we're also creating positions in central office and creating a grants department. And so when I saw this resolution, I needed to understand why we would hire a consultant to evaluate grants when we have an internal grants department that was essentially approved by this board. And so I needed to understand that a little bit more as well.
Thank you, Commissioner, for that question. I can answer that question. The 21st Century Learning Grant, you must have an external grant evaluator for that. So it cannot be an internal grant evaluator that provides the evaluation for the grant work. And I know this firsthand because we tried to develop internal grant evaluation for some of these grants. And this is one of the grants that we were unable to do internal evaluation for. So we had to contract externally to provide the conditions for evaluation of the grant activities for the grant.
I have a follow-up question on that. Being that this is not the first time this district has had the 21st Century grant, are you saying that this has always been a requirement. So I'm just trying to get some clarity that we had a previous administration that should have known this, but then still decided to move forward with creating an internal grants department and not taking this piece into account.
You can still have a grants department that handles grants and applications, et cetera, but some of the conditions for some of the grants are that you must have an external evaluator to evaluate the program effectiveness, and that you've implemented the work properly, and that you've met the expectations of the grant. So it is written in the actual grant requirements that you must have someone externally look at what you've done in terms of aligning the objectives with the grant requirements. And the 21st Century Grant is one of those grants that you must use an external evaluator to comply with the requirement.
Okay. Okay, I'm not going to be supporting this one tonight, but I thank you for the clarification that the grant requires an external grant evaluator. And given that, I feel like all of our programs should be externally evaluated, given our history right now with our systems. But that's just me, so I'm not supporting this today, but I hear you. And I thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments regarding resolutions 200, 200 to 201? I don't see any. I'm going back and forth on these screens. So let's go ahead and take a vote. All those in...
Sorry, I have a question on...
Okay, go ahead.
I was just talking about 200, but for 201, I wanted to understand how much exactly we have paid beyond the 35,000, and where's the evidence and the outcomes for the work that's already been performed. Because this is again, it's a consultant piece that's coming before the board. It has to be over 35,000 that's already been paid out or contracted with this group or individual. And I just wanted to understand, how are we determining where the outcomes are and how much exactly have we already paid this individual? This is for 201.
Shirley's ready to address that. Dr. Green.
So Commissioner, this is for the EL education grant that Dr. Walter Cooper Academy is using. And again, it's part of their SIG grant. This is their last year of their SIG partnership. So we have been reducing the amount that we have spent out each year specifically for EL education. This year, we're using $12,500, which will help us build the capacity to continue the work without their partnership moving forward after this year. In terms of the other school that uses EL, I believe it's school 58. And so the total grant is probably more than 35,000, but for school, Dr. Walter Cooper Academy, we're using 12,500 out of our SIG grant for the remainder of this year. And just to further address a question that has come up, how is this going to be delivered virtually? Since we've been in closure in March, we have worked with EL for last year's grant, and it has been done virtually. We have done a number of Zoom meetings from March through July, and then we'll pick up with this grant again virtually. EL has done a lot of work to assure all of the schools that they work with, not just here in Rochester, that they can provide professional development in a virtual environment.
Thank you for clarifying that, because I just realized as you were sharing that another school also is using that same vendor, that would also trigger this type of resolution. We do unfortunately have a loophole right now in our system with East and the district when we use the same vendor. It doesn't always bring it up this way, even though they will bring their own resolutions, and they are good about that. But in this case, this kind of triggered this type of resolution. So it looks like, the way I read this, that school number 35 has already spent 35,000, and now they're going to spend another 12,500. But this amount is being split over two schools, and 12,500 is what is going to school 10.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Any further questions or comments regarding resolutions 200 through 201? Let me go to my participant screen. I don't see anybody raising their hand. All those in favor of resolutions 200 to 201 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Oops. Hold on one second. Vice President Elliott, did you raise your hand for some reason? Nope. Vice President Elliott, I saw your hand raised, but maybe not. All right, let's go ahead and continue on with that vote. I heard Commissioner Malloy say aye, and other board members want to make sure they've cast their vote as well.
Aye.
It's a no for me for 200 and a yes for 201.
All right. Madam Clerk, you recorded those votes?
I didn't hear the votes.
Madam
I
Clerk?
did not. I do not have everyone on screen either. I need all commissioners on screen, please.
That's why I checked. I certainly voted aye. I heard Vice President Elliott vote aye.
Yes.
Yep. Anybody else? Make sure everybody else has voted.
Aye.
Commissioner Shepard is off the call, so I'll just record your votes.
All right. All right, we're good there.
And
All
just
right,
to
let's-
clarify, I'm sorry, Commissioner LeBron, you are the no, correct?
She's no.
I am no to 200 and yes to 201, but I did not hear everybody's vote on either. So I'm confused as to which ones passed and didn't pass.
The vote was for 200 and 201. I think she registered everybody's vote. I didn't hear you mention Commissioner Powell, but she registered everybody else's vote. Natalie, Commissioner
vote?
Shepard is gone. Commissioner Powell, did you get Commissioner Powell's vote, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
All right,
Yes.
so she's got them all.
Okay.
All right. So I next need a motion to discuss resolutions 203 to. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Is there a second? I heard Vice President Elliott. Any questions or comments regarding resolutions 203 through 221?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, ma'am.
Resolution 206. Would you all help me to understand what we're doing here? These are students who are in private schools in these districts, but we're paying for medical expenses for these students. Help me to understand this process and why we are paying for these kinds of services.
Deputy Martinez Davis.
Is that what we always do?
Yes, good evening, President White, Vice President, and Commissioners. Yes, so there's several parts on this resolution. So the second resolve that you see in the resolution authorizes Superintendent Dr. Myers-Small to enter into contracts for the current fiscal year, and the specific services and exact amounts there are not specified because it's for the 2021. But yes, we do have to pay when we have our RCSC students going to other schools. We have to pay for the services that they provide, and on the resolution gives you examples of some of those services that we do have to pay them because they are our students.
But they're not included in the tuition?
No, this is separate.
And we have these same kinds of services for all of our students here in the Rochester City School District?
Yes. And then you'll see in the same resolution where then you have some of our students that go to other districts, and then or some of other students that receive the services in our district and they reimburse us. So it's like a twofold in this resolution. We have money that is coming back to us from some of these districts where our students go, and then there's money that has to be paid to other school districts because our students go there and they provide the services. And this
but the resolution speaks about them going to private schools, not necessarily to the districts that are noted in the resolution, and the districts that are noted in the resolutions are public schools. So how do you reconcile that?
So Dr.
Well, I was going to say, so it might be like a private or a parochial, so like going to McQuaid or going to Mercy or attending a Christian school in another district. So it's not the actual, this is not the urban suburban piece. This is going to a private or parochial.
So why is the money going to the school districts that are public schools? So the money is going to Brighton, East Arundecoit, but it says that these students are in non-public schools. So that's I'm confused about that. So shouldn't the money go to the private to the non-public school?
No, because the district provides the service. So for example, if one of our RCSD students went, let's say, to North Star Christian Academy, that school is under the Gates Chi-Li School District. So Gates Chi-Li School District sends their nurses, their speech therapists, let's say OTPT, they send their Gates Chi-Li staff to North Star because North Star falls under Gates Chi-Li School District. For them to provide the services, but it's not a Gates Chi-Li School District student, it's an RCSD student.
No, I understand that it's an RCSD student. My concern was that we're talking about a non-public school, a non-public school in a public school district setting. I didn't understand how that process works. So you're saying that the school district will send their people into these non-public schools.
Yes, that's correct.
But I also would have to counter back and say, I don't believe that all of our students are receiving these kinds of services within the school district. I don't think the schools don't all have health facilities, and I just don't see them getting all these services that we are ensuring that are getting in these suburban schools. Understand that this is not part of the urban suburban program. So I guess I just have some exception to that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Let me go to this. I see Commissioner LeBron.
I was going to say, go to the stack van. You're consistent.
Commissioner LeBron, please ask your question.
So, yep, I have lots of questions. So, for 204, I just want to bring up again the fact that we have a monitor at the Rise School who has not presented to this board and has not presented to this community who they are and what they're doing. And I would like to make another request for that individual to come before the board and this community and present what we are paying this individual to do at Rise and what their role is, so that everyone has an understanding of what we're paying someone a lot of money to do over there. So just to comment on 204, I had questions around 206, but I think Vice President Elliott's questions and the answers provided explain that. I do want to understand for number 207, who's paying for that. And then for 213 and 214, this is authorizing the CFO to do 2 additional roles. And I wanted to understand who was doing that before the CFO. And then for number 215 was presented to us, but 215 in the email that Marisol sent out, those were supposed to be pulled from today. So I'm going to reserve my conversations for those until those are actually before us. And then that's where I'm at. So if I can get some answers on those, that'd be great, including when we can expect the Rise monitor to present.
Commissioner LeBlanc, do you mind just going back one by one with us? Because
yes,
just answer accordingly.
Okay, 204, I just want to put in a request again for the Rise monitor to come before the board and the community and explain her role as the monitor of that school, and what she's doing and what she's observing, so that the community and the board has a clear understanding of what we're paying that individual to do at that particular school. And we were required by the state to have that monitor there, but that does not remove the accountability both to the board and to this community, what we're paying that individual to do. So that's for 204.
Could I just
I'm gonna skip to 213 and 214. Huh?
I just wanted to, did you want that at a regular board meeting or would you want it at a committee?
I think it should be, personally, my preference would be a board business meeting.
A what?
A board business meeting.
Board business meeting. Okay, thank you.
For number 213 and 214, I see the CFO temporarily being asked to do two things. One is payroll and one is designated as the records management officer. I just want the clarity on who was doing those actual tasks before the CFO was named in them.
This is 213 and 214, you said?
Yep, both of them, yes.
Carl, can you respond to that, please, and thank you?
Certainly. As far as I understand, what I was advised is that the role as far as records management officer used to be done by the chief of accountability, Dr. Jim Martino, and that the certification of payroll was always pretty much a CFO function, but the difference is that this time the CFO is being appointed by position as opposed to by name, which is the way the board had done so in the past.
Okay, thank you. I just want the clarity on who was doing that before. Yep, it was part of a new function. And then for 207, I just back check who's paying, or maybe it was 206. Let me pull it up because I have notes here.
Commissioner LeBron, if I may jump in for 1 second, please.
Yes.
The administration did request that Resolution 215 be tabled until the September 1st meeting. And so President White, since this was already moved on a block, I would need an amendment to allow for that to be tabled.
You need a motion? I'll move it.
There's a motion to table, which would be Resolution 215. Commissioner Powell has made that motion. Is there a second?
No second.
I heard Commissioner LeBron second it. Any motion to table actually goes directly to a vote. All those in favor of tabling Resolution 215? Do we want to?
September 1st.
September 1st. All those in favor of tabling Resolution 215 to September 1st indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, that's done. Commissioner LeBron, were you done?
Yeah, and I just want to clarify, I had made a comment for 207 around who's paying for this and what this means, but that was actually in reference to 206. And so that question has already been answered based on the questions that Vice President Elliott produced earlier on there. So all of my questions are answered and I'm done.
Anybody else have any questions regarding resolutions 203 to 221? I'm looking at the participants.
I'm going to have to,
yep,
Mr. President.
Go ahead, yes, ma'am.
I'm going to have to abstain from 209.
I was going to ask that.
Okay. All right. So let's, since there are no further questions, let's take a vote. All those in favor of resolutions 203 to 221 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Has everybody voted, Madam Clerk? I can't see it. I just want to make sure.
I only heard 2 ayes, President White.
Folks, you have to turn on your video and vocalize your position. Any other ayes?
Yes, I'm going to do aye to.
All right, anybody else?
204. I'm just going down them real quick. So aye to all of them, and we are skipping 215.
All right, so we've got 3 votes so far. Has everybody else articulated their votes for resolutions 203 to 221?
Get mine?
All right,
No,
we do
sir.
now.
Are you an aye, Mr. Adams? Thank you.
All right, are you missing anybody else?
No, sir.
All right, we're good. So the ayes have it. Let me just make sure I'm complete. Any opposition?
Just the abstention to 209.
I already took care of that, Vice President Elliott.
Sure.
All right, so I think that completes the presentation of resolutions. Let's keep it moving. We have unfinished business, and we have none. We have some, actually, this could have been called unfinished business. It's under new business. First of all, there's this note regarding the board bylaw committee structure.
And I'm not sure if you saw I had my hand raised.
Oh, no, I didn't. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Malloy.
I just wanted to say that regarding some of the resolutions that we've just approved, I think that there are thank yous in order for the U of R, the community place, as well as Baden Street for the volunteer activities that they're providing our school district and community. So I just wanted to extend a thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy, for recognizing their contribution. Commissioner Powell, I see your hand raised as I'm flipping back and forth.
Yes, thank you. I didn't want to belabor this point while we were in the resolutions themselves, but Madam Superintendent, I've long had a concern about the way we do grants. They're generally submitted without the board having any input, seeing what the grant terms are, things like external consultants to evaluate. These essentially come to us as surprises when the consulting contract is let out because we never saw the grant in the first instance. And it's long been a frustration. And the answer I get when I ask, well, can't we be presented with the grant submission and approve the grant submission before it's submitted? And I've always been told that that would be a hardship because of the tight deadlines involved in many of these grants that could potentially cause us to miss out on the grant altogether if we had to wait for a board meeting to approve it and that sort of thing. And yet both the revenues and the expenses always come to us as a surprise. So I'm wondering if you couldn't just give some consideration to what we could do differently around that function. Those typically come to us outside the budget, so they result in budget amendments and both expenses and revenues. And it's the great unknown that we go through every year, because it's completely external to our budget process. So I'm just raising that with you for the first time. But first time I raised it while you are superintendent, hoping that maybe I'll get a different answer than I've gotten in the past.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just add that I absolutely agree with what Commissioner Powell is saying, that we figure out a process for you to see the grants as they're being developed or as they're being considered, because sometimes there are indirect costs and other things that you're not aware of that the board should be aware of before they make the commitment.
Okay, any other additional comments on Commissioner Powell's remarks?
Just a follow-up of my own,
Sure.
Mr. President, is oh Lord, I've gone and completely forgotten what. The concern I often have is, and this is a really bad time to even have the conversation, because if ever we needed to apply for grants now, it's the time when our regular revenue streams are drying up. But all too often grants come, with a particular agenda, an agenda that's created by those grantees, the Gates Foundation, the Wallace Foundation, you name it. And sometimes their objective is really quite different from one that this board might approve of, and essentially moving us towards privatization, for example. And I understand that in a time when every dollar counts, the last thing the administration chasing a grant wants is for the board to say no. But it's important that it's important that we know what's in the pipeline, right?
I would agree with that. Superintendent Myers, did you want to respond at all to that?
I would agree as well.
All right.
Van, I have my hand up.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Vice President Elliott, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to concur with what Commissioner Powell has said. But I would also add to the fact that it's been the practice in the past that when the grant was over, that we will continue with those, the staff, and as opposed to when that grant was over, just, getting rid of, terminating the staff, because the resources that we had were no longer available. But we had in the past made a practice of including those resources within our own, I believe, general fund. So we just can't do that any longer. We don't have the funding for it. So that once the grant ceases, we need to also cease with those resources that were associated with that grant and not take those on, particularly because now we can't afford it.
Right.
Thank you.
All right. I'm looking at the list. I think that's it. I want to go back to new business. We have a board bylaws committee structure. I think our clerk can describe for us an email that was sent out regarding our calendar. Madam Clerk?
One of the resolutions that you voted on this evening specifically related to a change in your bylaws, and you have added a new committee. That committee does require us to adopt a new meeting calendar and consider the combination of a couple of committees to happen in one evening. So policy and governance would take place on the first Tuesday of the month as a combined committee meeting. I sent out a calendar for your review that shows the way that the meetings will be held and the order that they will be held. As recommended by Dr. Jallo, CIGR and HR would move into a quarterly rotation, and audit is also on a quarterly rotation, and professional development will happen. So you will have 3 standing meeting dates, one of them that will encompass 2 meetings, and then on the 4th Tuesday of each month, you will either have CIGR, HR, audit, or professional development. And so I need to ensure that you are okay with this calendar, that you adopt it so that we can move forward, because next Tuesday you have policy and governance committee meeting.
The only thing that let me go look at the participant list. The only thing that I would remark is that, yes, while we have created an ESA committee, which will no doubt be a committee of the whole, we have not selected a chair for that committee. And as you all can imagine, that is somewhat complicated, but hopefully it'll be resolved soon. The additional complication is, as you all know, we were already down 1 chair. I serve as chair of policy, so we're going to have to sort that out. I don't have any objections to the calendar as presented, but as you all know, there's an additional personnel issue that hopefully will be resolved shortly, and then we will be able to move forward on selecting a chair for that committee. Commissioner LeBron?
Yeah, so I just want to say now, I have absolutely no objections to the changes in the calendar. I did review it when Marisol sent it out, and adding the ESA committee back essentially so that we do have a focus on the academic data. But what I want to just say is that I know that our meetings are long, and I know that there's never going to be enough time, but that this is the work we've been elected to do. So as we add and condense policy and governance, I know those meetings tend to sometimes move a little bit faster. Just understanding that our meetings are going to be long by nature when we're talking about children and education. So I just want to put that out there, especially an ESA meeting. especially given our condition on finances. I think those two meetings out of all the meetings will probably run the longest as we start the process of really unpacking everything that's happening in finance and what's happening with us in terms as a district and what we need to do, but then also unpacking ESA and that data.
I think I saw Vice President Elliott raise her hand. Yep.
You're muted, Vice President Elliott.
What I was saying, if there is no objection, I don't mind volunteering to chair ESA. So you all can think about that. I'm not, so I don't know if anybody's interested, but I thought I would just say that I would mind chairing it.
Does anybody want to respond? I wasn't planning on doing that today, but if folks want to deliberate on that, what I was referring to, trying to allude to, is we may have some changes in our body.
Yeah, we don't, it's not necessary. I'm sorry, President White.
No, that's all right. So I was just thinking we might want to see how that sort of plays out first, because the committees might shuffle around a bit. Right now, if we were to do what you were suggesting, I'm sure you'd be willing to do that. That would mean you'd have 2 committees, and that may be the resolution. But I was figuring let's see what happens with this other issue that I can't really talk about.
All right. Thank you.
Unless anybody else has any ideas about that. So, Madam Clerk, I think what you're hearing from us is, by our silence or by our statements, that people are good with the changes to the calendar.
Mr. President.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Ricardo's hand is up.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. I'm switching back. Yes. Ricardo? Commissioner Adams?
I had put my hand up to tell Commissioner Elliott I had no objections.
Okay. Again, I think what we'll do, unless there's some reason why we should not, I'm suggesting that we see how this other thing's going to pan out, and it may in fact be Vice President Elliott, but why don't we see? I think we should know pretty shortly too what's going to happen. So rather than continue to talk in this vague way, if we could, why don't we just move on, and maybe we'll update the community in the next meeting or two. I did have something else that I wanted to share with you all under new business. The hour is very late, so I'm going to share a portion of it. I sent you all an email as soon as I could this afternoon regarding basically 2 issues, but they're really related. One is an issue related to the organization of the board and our staff. And if you look at that email, which was sent about 3:45, I appreciate the fact that many of you probably haven't had a chance to read it, which is one of the reasons why I'm only going to cover half of it. But that half is probably going to have to be discussed in executive session. The first half relates to, and again, if you go in your email box, 45 relates to the job descriptions for and duties of various members of the Board of Education staff. And those jobs and duties are the district clerk, the community liaison to the BOE, the confidential secretary, executive secretary, assistant to the Board of Education, and the Office of the Auditor General. You have been provided, thanks to our staff, summaries of the type and the value of the work being performed by those staff members. Now, because we're going to have to talk about specific people relating to those specific functions, we're going to, when this meeting is over, public side of it is over, which is just in a few minutes, we're going to have to go into executive session to talk about those people. There's a lot of different things we have to talk about those particular positions. So part 2, that I asked that you just review the memo that was the email that was sent at 3:45. It is, let me just repeat, it is a proposal. It is, as I promised you a few 48 hours ago, it is a proposal for us dealing with the effort to find another 20% off our budget. As you all know, Governor Cuomo has made it official. He's clawing back 20% of the money that was allocated to us because of COVID. And as a result of that, our superintendent has determined that and understandably so, that we need to find another 20%, all departments. And so this email that you got at 3:45 is an attempt to provide some framework for describing where that 20% would come from. Now, I had intended on going through it line by line. It is a line by line specific proposal about where we find that 20%. But rather than have you go through it all tonight at 10:40 at night, and we have several other issues to talk about in executive session, I would ask that you look at it, and then I will find a time, maybe Tuesday, to discuss that. And it has to be discussed in open session. So at this particular point, and by the way, when you look at that memo, look at the paragraph B and C, because there's a whole calculation about how I get to, how I propose that we get to 20%. So, but for tonight, we're going to need to go into, now hear me out. I need a
I have
motion.
my hand up. I don't know if you're still looking at the stack.
No, I was just presenting that stuff as new business, but yes, Commissioner LeBron, what is it?
Yeah, so I just want to also just put this on the record that part of that memo is a reflection that says that we outsource some positions, which was a decision that this board made in May, primarily linked to the previous deficit and the financial crisis we were facing at the end of the 1920 budget year, and that the memo that you present still counts that as if it was a new cut, and it's not a new cut. And so we should really be looking at 20% for us to make out without factoring a decision that the board already made to outsource for those positions. And so I did put that in writing, and I also shared the email with the full board of some of the questions from the follow-up meeting that we had from yesterday. So myself and Van and Commissioner Malloy met with some of the staff to have these conversations, and how it's being presented, it is not a true reflection of 20%. And I would again make the argument that if we were to accept that as a board, then we should allow schools to say that the cuts that they made last year should count for this year. And that's not what we're allowing them to do. We're telling them that they had to take hits last year and going into this year with hits, and that they're going to have to take hits again in this same budget year. And so that is the same position that this board faces. And so I want to be very clear that we don't twist that narrative and allow cuts that the board already decided back in May to be effective July 1 in this budget year to be counted as a 20% cut in new 20% cuts that we need to make. So I just want to put that on the record, because I already see that you and I, Van, are not going to agree on this, and that is the narrative you are going to want to push to the board. But I want to be very clear on record and clear with the community as to what's happening behind the scenes.
I see Commissioner Malloy has raised her hand. Commissioner Malloy?
I just want us to also think, as we prepare for that discussion or conversation, some of the personal sacrifices that we as board members can perhaps make to get to that 20% and show the community transparent. We too are willing to sacrifice given our dire circumstances. Thanks.
Yeah, to both Commissioner Malloy and Commissioner LeBron's remarks, I think I start off by saying this is a proposal, but it's a proposal that's going to really take us some time to deliberate over. So tonight is probably not the time to do that, because it's not like I'm trying to get out of here early. We've got a lot to talk about in executive session, and to spend the time to talk about this right now would just be a considerable amount of time. We wouldn't get to those executive session issues. Additionally, there's a lot of documents that support this proposal, and including documents from the budget department that described what was in our budget in 2021. There's email that you got from our Auditor General that supports this rendition, but there could be a lot of back and forth. So let's
let me just say, I have to interrupt, because here we go with you saying it's a proposal and it's inaccurate, and it's wrong reflection to say that the board is going to cut 20% from a decision the board already made. And for the
Commissioner,
record,
you don't have to
the
interrupt me. You
fact
don't
that
have
those
to do that.
positions were still budgeted in the 21 budget is a problem, another issue that needs to be discussed around how our budget and our numbers, because that decision to outsource, to select the company, to reduce the cost in that department, the board already voted in that in May. Now we're in August 2020. So we have to make a 20% reduction and exclude their salaries and include what we're paying for the outsourcing.
We can talk about all that later on, but let me just say, respectfully.
And you're always pushing stuff to later on, and you must not realize how busy and long Tuesday, September 1st is going to be. Because
well,
we push a number of
Commissioner LeBron,
business
please show me the respect of allowing me to
You're always
finish.
going to push it back. That's the problem with you, Van. You're always going to push it back. We kick things down the road and we don't
Commissioner
address
LeBron, please. Remember, we signed off on some standards of conduct. The first bullet reads, work with other RCSP board members.
Did you find my standards of conduct signed by Beatrice LeBron? No, you don't have that. You don't have evidence of that because I never signed that. You guys all signed that. You agreed. No, Van, you will not submit a false narrative to this board, and I will not.
Commissioner LeBron, please, let's conduct ourselves in a way that allows for people to
We are
respect
asking
each
schools
other.
to do more with less, and teachers to do more with less. The board needs to do more with less, and we need to do a true reflection of the 20% cut, not the damn white cut. A true 20% reduction. We should be leading that.
We do need to act accordingly here, man. This is ridiculous. The people are looking at us. They even got kids that are up watching us right now, man. So
that's okay. That's okay, Mr. Adams. That's okay. My daughter sees me act like this all the time. And let me tell you, when she sees me act this passionately and this upset, she knows I'm fighting for something. And I am telling you, if we are asking schools to do more with less and consistently asking them to do more with less, this board needs to do a true reflection of a 20% cut. Not no lip service to 20%, not trying to manipulate the numbers to appear that we cut 20% when we didn't. We are asking schools to cut 20%. That is a significant cut, and our kids will feel that. Your kids are gonna feel that, Mr. Adams. My daughter's gonna feel that. He don't have any kids in this district. So no, board needs to cut 20%. We need to cut 20% from a true number, not a manipulated number that Van is trying to manipulate to this board.
So,
all I was trying to say is that only one of us we can sing together, but only one person should be talking at the same time. That's all I'm asking.
So I think enough has been said. I suggest.
Mr. President.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. President.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. First of all, regardless of what's being said, it's 4 votes that need it. If the board decides that it does not want to do a 20% cut, regardless of the level of the conversation, it won't do the cut. And so I just want to make the bottom line is, regardless of the emotion, if the board decides it want to do 20%, it will. If it does not, it will not do it. And it's going to be done based on the fact that all of us are looking at this information and coming to our own conclusions about how we should decide what we're going to do in our board office. We may not agree with what is being said, and the vote will determine how we're going to have the outcome. That's the bottom line.
Thank you, Vice President Elliott. So if people want to talk about this tonight, we can. I just think, I don't know if you all know the stuff that has to be discussed in executive session, but I'm trying to be respectful of the fact you all have not had this stuff. You need some time to look at it, and we can talk about it another time. I'm not trying to put things off. This is very important. I spent a lot of time putting this together. So I appreciate how important this is. I'm only suggesting, and people tell me if they want to talk about it tonight, we can. Unless somebody tells me, let's talk about it right now, we're going to move on to executive session, and I'm going to give you a list of things that we have to talk about in executive session. And my proposal from the get-go was that we would talk about this at another time, sooner than later. I would not have spent the time to do this if I did not think it was that important. So does anybody want to talk about this tonight?
No, I just want to say this one other thing, Mr. President.
Yes.
Van has 1 vote. There's 6 other people that has to vote. And so if we just recognize that we all have equal votes, that one person is not dominated, one person is our president, is trying to do the best that he can do, that he knows to do. But he has one vote and the rest of us have a vote. Thank you.
All right, so
I need to follow up. I just have to say he has one vote, but he, as the board president, is presenting false information to the entire board about what 20% actually looks like by using a decision that the board already did and already made the cut. And all I'm saying is the board should absolutely take 20%. We have to take 20% no matter what. The state cut is 20%.
If the board decides that that's not what it wants to do, it won't do it.
The state already decided, Cynthia. The state already decided they're going to cut us 20%. And so we're trying to put that off on just schools and kids, and this board not take accountability for that. That's why we're in the hole that we're in. Had we planned better years ago and had a better fund balance,
the board decides
dollars and money, we would not be in the hole that we're in.
That's not what it's going to do. You got a vote, and everybody else has a vote to make that decision.
All right, so we have to vote. Seems like nobody feels a compelling need to talk about this tonight. So I need a motion to go into executive session, and let me list these things. We have to discuss matters relating to the terms and conditions of a district employee, which of course we cannot discuss in public. We also have to talk about some contractual real estate issues. And we also have to speak to our general counsel about some legal issues. So can I get a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Thank you, Vice President Ellie. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell.
Can we have a couple of minutes to go into just a break?
Absolutely. Why don't we take is it a 9 or 10 minute break? Let's reconvene at 11 o'clock. But all those in favor of going into executive session indicate by saying aye. 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 Any opposed? The ayes have it. All right, I'll see you guys at 11 o'clock. Citizens watching this, I do not believe we've had a lot of stuff going on in terms of resolutions. But I don't. Do we have to come back out of executive session for something? What is that for?
Yes, sir. We do have some votes that we have to consider that were moved to executive session from the resolution. So we have to come back and vote for those.
So for those gladiators out there that really want to see what happens with the board after we go out of executive session, you can stick around. But we're going to go, and I don't know how long it's going to be, folks. So you're welcome to stick around if you'd like. All right. We're in our executive session. today, ladies and gentlemen, is, what is it? It's August the 28th.
Yep.
And we started on August the 27th. Good evening. If anybody's still listening, God bless your hearts for being so dedicated to this district. We have two resolutions that we have to consider because we had some discussions in executive session, which we had to do under the law. I first need a motion to advance for discussion resolution 156. Is there a motion? Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Boy, she said that loud and
Is
clear.
that me or is that Van who is frozen?
I don't think I'm frozen. Am I frozen?
No.
No. I guess that's you, Cynthia. There has been a motion. Is there a second to
I'll
Commissioner Malloy's
second.
motion? Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Any questions or comments regarding resolution 156? Vice President Elliott, are you still with us?
She's frozen.
He froze. Well, I think we could probably move forward, and I'm sure she would understand. All those in favor of resolution 156 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right. If she gets back on, we'll take her vote. And then we have one final.
He is back on.
Vice President Elliott?
Yes.
We just took a vote on resolution 156. Do you want to record your vote for that resolution?
What was 156?
The jewel.
The Jewel agreement?
Yes.
Okay, so we recorded her vote. And so before people start saying, oh, I want to advance this resolution 222, can we let Commissioner Shepherd do it one more time? Come on, Commissioner Shepherd. Do it one more time.
Probably the first time. I don't really.
Yeah, you don't do this a lot.
But yeah, I'll motion to move it.
All right. That's a motion to advance for
I'll
discussion.
second.
Room 222, as I would call it, seconded by Commissioner LeBron. I think I heard Commissioner LeBron.
Yep.
All those in favor of resolution 222 indicate so by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? That's it. This is well, I don't know. Can we say that, Commissioner Shepherd? Can we talk about it?
Yeah, because ain't nobody up, so.
Yeah, but people will watch it in the morning and then they'll know. And I don't think we should. I think you need to follow the plan.
Okay,
You had a
all
plan
right.
and you
I think that's
gotta
good
work that
advice.
out.
That's good advice. We'll get you some other time.
Yeah.
Commissioner Shepherd. But okay, so I need a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Thank you, Vice President Elliott. Is there a second to that motion? I heard Commissioner LeBron. All those in favor of saying good night indicate by saying aye.
Bye, everybody.
Good night, everybody. Good night.
Good night.